Neil, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Neil, are you guys getting audio?
It takes me a while.
Yeah, they've done a sound check. Things are working there.
Okay, I hear you.
Is that on? Mr. Grady, can you hear us?
Now I can. Yes.
Okay. Good morning.
Just started. Good morning.
Well, good. I'll call the meeting to order. My name is Peter Lawton. Sorry. I thought I heard something. My name is Peter Lawton. Hate those things. My name is Peter Lawton. I'm the current chairman of the State Banking Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. The board is meeting today to hear from the applicants from the, how do I say that? Comeric? How do you say it? Commercium? Commercium, thank you. Bank, Special Purpose Depository Institution Charter. First of all, I'll ask Amy Wilson to please call the roll of the board members.
Chairman Peter Lawton.
Present.
Joshua Sorensen.
Present.
Copper France.
Present.
Greg Dixon. Greg Dixon is absent. Brittany Sharp. Brittany Sharp is absent. Robert Grady.
Present.
Rod Jensen,
Present.
Fred Reif,
Present.
Thank you. I want to remind the board members that this, as with all charter applications, the information provided to you contains a significant amount of confidential information. If there are any specific questions relating to the confidential information, the board will need to resolve itself into executive session. This will be conducted after the applicant and Division of Banking have provided their initial testimony. Since this meeting is being live streamed, remember to turn your mics on. And for the court's reporters' benefit, please be sure that your microphone is close to you and on so that you can be heard. Any questions at this time from the board members? I will turn it over to our meeting over. I'll turn our meeting over to the hearing examiner from the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're on the record in the OAH docket number 21-048-021. Today's date is June 21st, 2021. The time is now 8:37 in the morning. So just for the record, my name is Leo Caselli. I'm a hearing examiner with the State Office of Administrative Hearings. We have Matt Kaufman here today, appearing on behalf of the petitioner, Commercium Bank. And please let me know if I'm butchering that. And we also have Devin Kinney, appearing as counsel for the respondent, the Division of Banking. Sean Tolles is appearing as the advising attorney for the board. So just before we go ahead with the petitioner's case, we held a informal pre-hearing conference on June 22nd, 2021. There was no objection to the division's Exhibit A, and there's no objection to Commercium Bank's Exhibits 1 and 2, and that included subparts 1 through 33 for Exhibit 1. So I'll go ahead and admit Exhibit A and Exhibits 1 through 2 into evidence on the record, including the subparts of Exhibit 1. The parties also submitted a joint pre-hearing stipulation. Just for the record, I would note that the terms are appropriate, and we'll try and stay within the parameters of that stipulation. Thank you to the chair for discussing confidentiality. Many of these exhibits have been designated as confidential, so I'll ask the attorneys to let us know if there are questions from the board that should be addressed in executive session, and we'll try and take those up at the end of the hearing. And that'll require a motion from the board, including a second and a vote. So, Mr. Kaufman, at this point, would you like to address any preliminary matters before closing?
No.
Or before openings, excuse me.
Yeah, no, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think you've covered all the pre-hearing stipulation matters.
Mr. Kinney, would you like to address any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor. I think you've addressed everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Kaufman to present an opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you, as always, for your time today and attention. My name is Matt Kaufman. I'm a partner with the law firm of Hathaway & Coons here in Cheyenne, representing the petitioner, Commercium Bank. As you all know, we're here today to present to you Commercium's application for an SPDI charter. I'll give you a couple of sort of, I guess, roadmap comments before we start. This charter is going to be a little different, and you've probably noticed that from the application materials than the prior SPDI charters. This charter is a financial institution designed around providing tokenization as a service, and that's something that's new, and it's been enabled by the blockchain revolution in the financial service sector. Commercium, as you're going to hear, is lined with a bench of very deep talent regarding technology development, banking and financial services, compliance and risk management. You'll hear today from all 9 of the initial officers and directors. We do have one that will be appearing virtually. Everyone else is here in person. We welcome your questions. The presentation today has been designed to address all 7 of the statutory factors. We hope to cover them and answer all of your questions, hopefully ahead of time. We will, if any questions arise that are sensitive in nature, I'll just politely interrupt, and we'll accumulate those questions and we can address those in executive session. Specifically with respect to the tokenization aspect, obviously that is a relatively new concept, and we do have a number of witnesses that will be covering that at a high level and discussing sort of not only what tokenization is and how it works, but kind of discussing sort of the regulatory issues with that. If we get into any deeper conversations, we will definitely take that up in executive session and discuss specifics if you desire. With that, I think we are ready, if you all are, to dive into our first witness.
Questions from the board for Mr. Kaufman before we go ahead? Hearing none, I believe Mr. Jonathan Deaver is first up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh, and I should probably note for the record that the Division of Banking has agreed to waive its opening statement. So, Mr. Deaver, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury? Okay, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Deaver, if you could please introduce yourself to the bank board and give them a little bit of your background.
If I may, I'd like to begin, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, with a brief opening statement before I segue into that. Mr. Chairman, members of the Wyoming Banking Board, good morning. It is a privilege and an honor to be here to testify on behalf of the officers and directors of Commercium Financial. For the benefit of the general public, we are here today to seek a charter for a special purpose depository institution pursuant to Wyoming Statute 1312.101. My name is Jonathan Deaver, and for the record, it's D-E-V-E-R, the CEO of Commercium Financial, and upon approval, Commercium Bank. Commercium is a word whose origin comes from the genitive form of the word commercii. Its meaning and origins are rooted in what are common terms to us today: trade, traffic, commerce, exchange, and by extension, communication, correspondence, and fellowship. It means that one has the right to trade as a merchant, but it also can indicate an article of trade, or a place of trade, a marketplace, as it were. For us, this symbolizes the evolution of the financial products and services in the digital age. More specifically, it embodies the very spirit of the SPDI statute. A part of our mission is to grow a financial digital ecosystem here in Wyoming. And in so doing, we will work with regulators as strategic partners focused on compliance first. Commercium is building a financially inclusive bank. We believe everyone should have the right to participate in the digital commercial marketplace. And that is why we are here in Wyoming, a state that has proven itself as a leader throughout its history, continuing the traditions forged by its pioneer forebears, fighting for the right for all to vote, creating the limited liability corporation, leading in corporate law, developing favorable tax treatment and in tax environments, implementing a chancery court specializing in business, thereby decreasing the cost of litigation and providing consistency of outcome. But most importantly to us today, creating a digital asset toolkit which incentivizes custodial services here in Wyoming. This is a state where thought leadership and the pioneer spirit generate good public policy, affording opportunities for business like ours and our customers alike. It is the combination of these two factors that personally speaks to me. And my story that I would like to share with you today comes from my ancestor who decided to risk it all and come to this country in 1750s. He was an Irishman, and for those of you who are familiar with the 1750s, that was an era of the French and Indian War. And General Braddock made his way to Ireland and was recruiting around 2,000 Irishmen. So the politics of the day were not wonderful, and you'll hear later from another colleague of ours, a Welshman, and he's got a little one-liner for us today as well in that regard. But you can imagine how difficult that would have been for him to pack up everything that he had, to get on a boat for 3 months, travel across the ocean, not knowing whether they were going to survive that journey, to land somewhere in the Chesapeake, march 1,400 miles through rough, uninhabited, except by the native population terrain, to an area called Fort Romney, West Virginia. And if you look at it on a map, it's probably no larger today than it was then. And to fight for 7 years, and at the end of that, his reward was not money, it wasn't land, it was the opportunity to strike it out in the woods on his own. And each generation of my family, whether it was the War of 1812, the Civil War, World War II, Vietnam, have all put their efforts into that same spirit. And that is why I believe that Cheyenne's rich history, in my personal view, embodies that. At one point in its early days, Cheyenne itself was considered the wealthiest city per capita than any other in the world, a small unknown fact. And it is because of her people have never been afraid of the frontier. Today, we're in a new frontier, and it's digital.
Thank you, Mr. Deaver. If you could now walk the board through a little bit of your professional history and your experience and qualifications.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm an attorney by trade and profession, but I hope none of you hold that against me. I come from a family of business owners. I'm the founding manager and member of Deaver Hoberg and the founder of Padsed Technologies, a compliance-driven software application that automates legal processes. I'm a graduate of the Culver Military Academy, obtained my undergraduate degree from the University of Cincinnati, a master's degree in industrial labor relations from IU of Penn, studied international comparative relations at Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan, Poland, attended Oxford University St. Anne's College, and received my Juris Doctorate from Capital Law. At Capital Law, I received a certificate of concentration in labor and employment law and was a member of the law review staff. I began working in my career as an undergrad, and prior to my acceptance to graduate school in a bank branch, I cross-trained in bank operations, customer service, worked the teller booth, the business desk, vault reconciliation, ATM services, sales for bank products and services at the retail level. And after law school, I opened my firm, now Deaver Hoberg, and for nearly 20 years, I've represented clients in the financial service industries, including community banks, mortgage brokers, real estate brokers, title companies, commercial real estate clients. I have served as general counsel to several community banks dealing with troubled assets, securitization issues, loss mitigation and debt restructuring, replevins, foreclosures, bankruptcy matters, and compliance issues. I have represented these interests in both federal and state court and have been recognized as a super lawyer, rising star by Law and Politics and by Strathmore's. I'm also the author of a 1,500-page book on banking, mortgage law, securitization compliance, and consumer protection. And I've also worked as a title agent and have been involved in thousands of transactions, both residential and commercial. And during the course of my representation, my firm handled what remains to this day and what is believed to be the largest debt restructuring transaction in state history, with litigations requiring resolution in both state and federal court. Unfortunately, but fortunately, I realized through my practice there are still underlying issues that still face my financial service clients. The first was the disparate technological systems that cannot properly manage the work, making compliance of the law extremely difficult. The second was that in my instance, in the jurisdictions I was practicing in, the law was broken, and it was not able to properly adapt to the evolution in technology and to the needs of the marketplace. It is and was a recipe for unnecessary risk and jeopardized the safety and soundness of my clients. In the end, for me, it's always about compliance. It is about a clear and concise process, first from the law, then from the regulators, and then to the institutions that are governed by them. It was under that framework, a platform of financial reform, that I successfully ran for the General Assembly. In my first term, I became the chairman of the Financial Institutions Committee, succeeding our bank chairman, Mr. Terhar. In the legislature, I was a strong advocate for individual rights, financial institution policy, and was an outspoken advocate for lending reforms and housing issues, always trying to find that delicate balance between creditor and debtor rights. As a member and chairman, I wrote and passed comprehensive foreclosure reform, improving legal processes, expediting cases of vacancy and abandonment. I also authored the very first of its kind lender modification program known as the Dollar Deed, wherein a homeowner who does not qualify for a loan modification may stay in their home as a renter by consent of the lender themselves. Also finding its way to the governor was a bill that updated the Uniform Commercial Code, provided for a fast-track foreclosure, data collection, an online sheriff sale process, and updated court process dealing with secured debt, and the individuals that you will hear from today. For me, it is a true honor to be the leader of such a talented group of competent individuals. This team, one word, is a fixer team. Compliance and problem solving is at the heart of everything that they do, and it's the heart of their collective experience. We went across the pond, and you'll hear from my CCO next, to find someone with impeccable and extensive banking experience to complement myself and my team. And as some may be aware, Brits are a little bit sensitive about their nationality, but what I quickly learned from Neil Parsons is that he is happy to be called British or Welsh, but he definitely doesn't want to be called English. Neil has one of the most extensive banking backgrounds of anyone I have ever met, with over 39 years of operational experience. Our CFO, we wanted someone with de novo experience, someone who's taken a bank public, We wanted someone with operational experience and financial experience, of course. And as a bonus, Trent Hudson, like myself, go to the same barber. Trent is our fiscal officer, and he comes to us with over 27 years of experience, the last 17 of which have been in the CFO and COO roles. For the CIO, CBO role, we were looking for a team player with compliance in his or her bones. We wanted someone that had the technology and the experience to set up policies for the technology and integrate technological solutions based on business operations. Tim Marcel is our CIO, CBO, with nearly 20 years of combined experience in risk, compliance, and technology integrations. For our compliance officer, we also wanted someone who was a fixer, but someone with a global footprint. We wanted someone that has an understanding of international risk management, and Corey Reason is that person with over 15 years assessing and managing risk for banks around the world.
Thanks, Mr. Deaver. With that background on yourself and the initial management team, can you please describe for the board Commercium as an organization and the plans for Commercium?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we're a little bit different than the other SPDI applicants that you've seen before you. I think what's wonderful about the statute is that each of these businesses comes to the state with different ideas and different ways of helping and servicing our financial services businesses. The first was really focused on connecting an existing exchange to customers to the banking rails. The second was more focused on B2B, customer payments and settlement. The third was really focused more on digital asset custody and with some traditional banking services. And we will provide some depository and trust services, but our focus is tokenization services for digital assets and digital securities, specifically connecting the analog world, as I like to call it, to the digital. And we classify these two digital products in two but similar process categories. The first is a digital asset. And what a digital asset is something that exists in digital form, but is most often represented by a real life physical item. Think of a house, a car, a boat. Security tokens, or tokenized securities, are those which are instruments that we are typically accustomed to, stocks and bonds. We focus on the custody and the trust side of the business rather than the depository. Commercium will be initially working under Reg R, those exemptions, and will be in full compliance with securities law, mainly dealing with accredited investors. Our Chief Operations Officer, who you will hear from next, will provide more detail on the technological and legal process and the operational plan in executive session. Our main day one services are checking, accounts and deposits, tokenization, and payments. Our base of operations will be here in Cheyenne, with 3 of our executive team, including myself, relocating. Upon approval of the charter, we believe we'll be scaling to 30 or 40 employees. And to be quite frank, these are all high-paying, skilled jobs from compliance, legal, risk, technology, and we will be seeking the best qualified and actively work with the Wyoming Center of Excellence to train and develop the skill sets necessary to meet the needs of not only our SPDI, but the others that are prior to us and follow after us. Our goal is to hire here and recruit where necessary and needed.
Thank you, Mr. Deaver. Can you please talk a little bit about some of the formative experiences and some of the problems in the industry that Commercium is attempting to address with this business model?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we view ourselves as a partner to traditional financial institutions because they're asset generators. We are a business enabler because compliance is the root of our strategic plan. From my view, it is a combined set of issues that have shaped our initial product offerings. The first is just a reality that consumers are moving more and more towards digital products and services. In the last 18 months, we've seen an acceleration of that. Some financial institutions, about a quarter of their customers were using digital access. Now it's approaching 70%. So we're seeing a massive shift. The second is that there are massive challenges to traditional financing, servicing, securitization, and regulatory reporting of transactions. The third is liquidity traps and liquidity problems for real-world assets that are traditionally in a position that can negatively impact the safety and soundness of a traditional community bank. And lastly, ensuring solvency while also reducing liabilities associated with regulatory noncompliance. And what this gives us is an opportunity to do a few things. First is digitizing those financial products and services. Second, creating a digital and automated process for financial institutions. Third, moving towards asset-based approach to liquidity as a preference, serving as custodian to crowdfund for real-world assets, so essentially connecting asset generators to asset buyers. and reducing the risk by eliminating or massively reducing the layered liabilities associated with those processes. And for me, as an attorney, my favorite part is the Article 9 changes that have been made in the state so you can perfect a security interest. About 10 years ago, I started out on a compliance process and a mission and developed a company called Padza Technologies. And there, our premise was use data to drive decisions. We started with the rules and the regulations, and then the law, and then worked toward the product and service offerings. And this is what has led me to blockchain as a solution for regulatory compliance. Databases honestly don't cut it. And I think at the conclusion of our collective testimony, you'll see that compliance and risk mitigation is at the core of our processes and our mission. All of our products and services are designed to address problems that we have experienced in traditional banking. And as such, we believe we will be able to deploy capital safely, securely, providing users with transparency, access to liquidity, lower costs, faster transaction speed, and greater control. We'll be able to provide secure and compliant means to service and invest in assets. We believe we'll be able to provide transaction records, most importantly, that are true, that are transparent, that are auditable for each and every asset in custody. Again, just to reiterate, we work backwards from the regulations to the products. That is our focus. Our ethos is to create trust.
Thanks, Mr. Deaver. Moving on to the organization itself, does Commercium have a board of directors?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yes. A board was assembled in January, and we have been meeting regularly since the filing of the application. We've developed working committees, charters for each subcommittee, and our first set of policies and procedures. All of our directors have received some training on the responsibilities of being a director, with a future plan of certifying each of them and continuing education upon approval of our charter. We have been following the formalities of a formal corporation and will transition accordingly if granted a charter.
Can you describe for the board the composition of the board of directors and the committee structure?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board consists of 5 directors, but we have the ability to increase the board to 9, with a majority as a requirement being independent. I will be the only member that will be considered an insider. There are 5 subcommittees. Each will be chaired by independent directors. The first, of course, is executive. All boards have executive. Audit and risk are combined. Compensation, digital assets, and IT. And then lastly, nomination and governance. The board has met monthly, but anticipates quarterly meetings with annual shareholder meeting here in Wyoming, most preferably Cheyenne, but we'll see what the chairman decides. Our board is extremely active and has been, and works with me daily, and part of that is developing our strategic plan, but also implementing good policies and procedures. Our board has had a history of 100% attendance for all of our meetings. Our chairman of the board is Lou Terahar, who you will hear from this afternoon. He sets the agenda in consultation with the CEO, and during his testimony, he will offer members of this board additional insights as to the operation of Commercium and its corporate governance. I also think it is relevant to note that our board already operates, again, as though it is a bank board. And again, just to reiterate in the prior inquiry, I believe that seamless transition will take place upon charter.
You spoke a little earlier about the focus of the business plan for Commercium and the target market. Do you believe that Commercium will compete directly with existing Wyoming banks?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in a word, no. As an SPDI, we can neither underwrite and make loans nor offer products or services typically associated with traditional banking. We will be focused on tokenization and the custody of digital assets. Traditional banks, quite frankly, are our potential customers because they are asset generators. Accordingly, our capital won't be exposed, and we are a platform where buy and sell side come together, and while we provide a trust of those deposits and their digital assets.
You described earlier that the primary method of making money at Commercium will be a fee service. Can you describe how the bank is going to make money?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we've narrowed down the first 2 years' operational activities to primarily focus on digital assets and securities, where we see a doubling of the previously projected income because of our current pipeline. At $2 billion, we believe at that point, which represents nearly 25% of our pipeline, that it will cover our annual operating costs. We will receive US dollar deposits though, and will not be paying interest on those accounts. We will only be investing in high quality assets that generate a nominal rate of return, but this is not a large part of our business. We provide those accounts only to facilitate the on and off ramp in and out of the digital assets. Our CFO, Trent Hudson, who we'll hear from shortly, will offer more and greater detail in his testimony, but we can also discuss some of the financials in executive session.
Can you talk a little bit about what, in your view, are some of the biggest risk points for Commercium, or what keeps you up at night?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I believe there are two. The first is just the evolving nature of public policy in this space in the landscape and how it will impact traditional and the digital banking space. It is an unknown. For my part and for the members of my board who are also former legislators, we are constantly monitoring those areas and are active participants in those conversations. The second, of course, is always people. Risk management is the responsibility of each officer and each employee. And ultimately, the responsibility for risk is the CCO, but each of the executive team comes to this bank with compliance at the heart and the center of their individual experiences. And Commercium intentionally recruited people with interdisciplinary skills, and the common thread of which had to be compliance. All in all, to reiterate, our bank will be fee-based, and I think that overall our risks are de minimis. And I'd argue that we're extremely conservative on a risk rating. As such, our operational risk is low, but it is also important to note that operation risks that we share in common with community banks, the custody risk of a digital asset, because it is stored offline, quite frankly, is no greater than vault cash in any traditional bank. I think it's also important to note that we'll be in full compliance with the requirements of KYC, AML.
Can you talk a little more specifically about what, in your view, are the risks to Commercium not meeting its financial projections?
I think there are two. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I was asking about a little bit more direct testimony regarding the risks of Commercium not meeting its financial projections.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I believe there are theoretically two. First is managing expenses, and the second is marketplace entrance. Our CFO, of course, will go into greater detail and expound upon those. Our capital raise, in my view, is vital to the success of our expense management. Our goal is to raise our statutory amount as a de novo and sequence our raise to reduce the risk to our investors. We have come very, very close to raising our first $5 million before we were here today. We're waiting on a few more subscription agreements to onboard, but we're also waiting to onboard those funds post-charter. To date, we have raised operating capital in order to work towards charter and raised what we believe with the execution of final subscription agreements, it was the minimum amount necessary to meet the regulatory threshold to proceed. Of course, I think it's also important to restate that our liquidity ratio will be over 100%. We will be 100% depository, so we do not believe we need FDIC coverage, even though we will be insured. And for purposes of operational, moving forward to operations, we will be working with a correspondent bank, even though someday in the future we will, of course, seek a Fed master account, but it will not be necessary for operations. From an asset liabilities perspective, our balance sheet is extremely simple from the standpoint of a traditional bank. We can effectively invest those funds in the same time frame as any liability. So we have great control because of the no net interest margin spread, which also generates a minimal risk.
Can you talk, switching gears just a little bit for the board, can you talk a little bit about how you view Commercium's relationship with the Division of Banking going forward and how you aim to work together?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We view the division actually as a strategic partner. I'd like to say that again, we view the division as a strategic partner. Our focus, of course, as I've restated, is we start with the regulators and the regulations and work backwards towards our business model. Because we're regulatory compliant focused, we're designing even our wireframes and our reporting tools to mirror the needs of the department so that our data, when that's asked for, can be accessed at any time they so choose. Our relationship with the division is similar to what I would like to call a marriage proposal, right? We're engaged and we intend that marriage to be fruitful and long.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I think that's the end of the direct testimony. We'd be happy to open it up for any questions.
Questions from the board?
Let's start. Mr. Grady, do you want to start? Do you have any questions?
I do have one. And first of all, I want to thank Mr. Deaver for his testimony. But obviously, you've had an extensive and very successful background in the state of Ohio, having served in the legislature there and having had your law firm there, et cetera. I noticed a couple of your directors, Mr. Elkland and Mr. Terhar. Just curious if you've talked about public policy and regulation and the evolving standards here. I wonder if you could talk about, did you consider starting this bank in Ohio, and what's the regulatory and legislative framework there? How, are they moving toward enacting the kind of statutes we enacted in Wyoming to enable the digital universe, shall we say? We're very proud of the regulatory and statutory infrastructure we've put in place. But just wonder if you could comment about, what's going on in Ohio. Did you consider doing something there? And it's a big move. I heard you say in passing you were going to relocate to Cheyenne. Obviously, you've had a very successful career in Cincinnati, so that's a big change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mr. Grady, thank you for the question. It's very complicated, of course, in any state where the primary focus was where do we start? So when I entered the General Assembly, Mr. Terhar was already currently there. He was the chairman, and we did a transition in my first term. And what we had done was issue spot where we needed to start. And quite frankly, the Banking Modernization Act was the very first thing that we needed to accomplish, a bill that had been 2 decades in the making. To just kind of give you an idea, at the time, certain types of wire transactions were felonies. So banks were actually committing felonies on a daily basis, just moving money around. Customers of the banks were committing felonies on a daily basis. So we had a lot of work to do. And so we had to start where we had to start. And we did a lot of the reorganization of the statutes, and we got to a point where the next step was to begin the process of the digital transformation, specifically the changes that were necessary in the Uniform Commercial Code, the Article 9 changes, the Article 8, the Article 3 specifically. And the good voters of my district decided to return me to the private sector, so we were unable to complete that work, and Mr. Terhar had retired. So there really wasn't a path forward at the time. We are still, of course, working with members of the General Assembly, but it's a different process there than there is here. And so we do not believe that in any time soon the state is capable of making that adjustment. We're hopeful, and we always encourage any state to make those adjustments, because I think it's important for commerce across the United States to adopt these practices, which I believe are the best practices. And what we've seen and observed here through the different legislative exchange councils that we've been part of, and knowing a lot of the members of your General Assembly, we were very well aware of the work that was being done here in your processes. And that was our decision, was let's work with a state who's actively involved in adopting these types of regulatory changes and really looking towards the future. And Wyoming has always been, in my view, a leader in this space. And so it made sense for us to apply here.
Maybe just one follow-up. Is there anything about the legislative and regulatory framework that's been established in Wyoming that gives you pause with respect to your business plan, that you think further work is needed, or you think the infrastructure that's been set up is suitable for the kind of operation you'd like to run?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Grady, thank you for the question. There's always work that needs to be done in any statute. I personally believe that, and I'm sure everyone who's involved in banking will tell you, that anytime you offer a product or service, you will find where the regulatory world hits the business rubber, and so adjustments need to be made. I have met several of the members of the Wyoming legislature, both in the House and the Senate, and what I have found is that they are extremely receptive to communication and conversations with the business community. They want to hear more about how the regulatory framework is working. The Division of Banking here in the state they're amazing people to work with. You're very lucky to have the folks that you have running that department from the top down, just all excellent people to work with. And from my perspective, it's been a joy to work here in the state with folks who are opening their arms to new business and to new ideas. while they're also maintaining safety and soundness of the entire space. So I think all in all, the culture is very good for the continued evolution, because that's really what this will be, is a continued evolution of the space. But there is no doubt in my mind that the members of this board, the members of the banking division, have really set their eyes towards the future. And that's a good thing, not only for financial institutions, but for the state.
Thank you, Mr. Deere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Any questions?
Nope.
Mr. Deaver, thank you for your testimony once again. Just a couple of questions. With respect to competition, you kind of mentioned that you really didn't feel like Commercium Bank would be in competition with community banks in Wyoming. Yet it appears to me anyways, unless I misunderstood, that you're going to be offering checking accounts, debit cards, and more on the depository side. I understand your point with respect to the lending side of things. I guess I would just ask you to kind of clarify that a little bit for me.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. France, thank you for the question. Yes, our main purpose, of course, is the tokenization products and services. That is our primary objective. We do also, though, have to give people the opportunity to have on and off ramps to get in and out of our ecosystem. Our primary objective is not depository, but the custodial side. So there will be a little bit of deposits, but we anticipate that the main facilitative use is to get into and out of digital assets and to purchase or to divest of them. We're not going to be going and seeking deposits because we can't give a rate of return. So no one's really going to want to deposit anything with us anyway. They can go anywhere and get a better rate of return on a deposit than what we can offer, which is zero.
Another question I had with respect to FDIC insurance, you had kind of mentioned that you don't need that, and you're going to be 100% cash backed, but you will be insured. Could you just speak to that just a little bit? I didn't really find a whole lot of, and maybe I missed it, but a whole lot of documentation regarding insurance that maybe you have applied for, or that you may be applying for if granted a charter. If you could just kind of speak to that, I would just like a little clarification on that.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. France. So the insurance will be a litany of different types of insurance, from officers and directors, liability, errors, omissions, et cetera. So post-charter, if we're fortunate enough to receive a charter from this board, we've already engaged an insurance broker to begin the process of taking our applications. We have not locked that down yet, only because we're cognizant and super conservative with the limited dollars that we have. But we will be engaging, a policy provider for a myriad of different types of policies to cover all the acts, errors, and omissions of the institution.
And I guess part of my question there revolves around, I suspect that there's very limited insurance companies that have had anything to do with a digital bank. And so are there participants, or have you investigated those types of insurance companies to see that they are willing to do business, I guess, with your type of company?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. France, that is why we're working with a broker. He has also been working with several insurance companies that have been contacted by other SPDIs in the state that have been granted charters. So there is a path for coverage. We're just not sure what that looks like at this point, but he's exploring that for us.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to add to that. I'm just curious, is there avenues out there to insure deposits outside of the FDIC?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are, yes. There are. It's a little bit different outside the box, but there are.
Okay. I had a couple other questions, and I'll get to you guys. I'm sorry I jumped in. But so kind of describe your typical client. I mean, and how are you marketing it, and who are you looking for?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. So our typical client is an asset generator. So it could be a community bank, it could be a credit union, it could be a real estate developer, it could be a family office, it could be a REIT. So our customers are people who have assets, who are looking to try to find an alternative way of creating liquidity while maintaining solvency. And I can talk about some more of the specific examples in executive session for you, but that's kind of at a high level our customer base. At Current, we have about 7 billion in our combined pipelines of customers who are waiting for us right now to be awarded a charter, assuming that a charter is granted by this board, to begin the process of onboarding. But again, we can go into some of those details later in executive.
Yeah, that's great. I guess, and this always confuses me, but without a Fed master account, I think the answer was you have a correspondent bank, is what I heard, but I'm still struggling on how that actually works.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Yeah, so we don't believe that we believe that we can open with a correspondent bank. Our CFO can talk to you a little bit more about that in his testimony. One of the banks that he worked with specifically leveraged a correspondent bank for several years before it even applied and was functioning. So I think that question would be best directed towards.
Okay, so you'd clear deposits in essence through the correspondent.
That's right.
Okay, so those deposits, are they in, and again, I guess until, they're not insured though, correct? This is where I get confused on.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, I'll defer that to Mr.
Okay.
Hudson because that'll be part of his testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rife?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Deaver.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate your homework and addressing our questions beforehand and the eloquent nature in which you've brought this forward, so thank you. Just a couple questions dovetailing on Mr. Grady's in terms of your Ohio connection. There's deep roots there in Ohio, and it says that, and you talked about 3 executives moving to Wyoming. What does that look like in practice? Is that a full-time move for you? Is that a part-time move? What does that look like for the institution? Just
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Rife, thank you. Our COO will be moving as soon as we can facilitate a visa to get him here. He's been stuck in Wales because of the COVID pandemic. So hopefully our national leaders in Canada, the United Kingdom, and America can resolve some of those issues soon. Tim Marcel, who is our CIO, will be relocating here with his family. And then I will be here as a resident. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm going to spend a lot of time in a plane no matter what. It's kind of the nature of the business. I know I'll have to spend a lot of time in DC talking to regulators, but also doing the business development. So that's going to keep me in the air a lot. But I'm very lucky. I outkicked my coverage when I got married. And she's also a business owner and understands the needs. And fortunately, my boys are a little bit older, so we believe that we can manage it. We've had that conversation. And quite frankly, I've been coming out here for 20, 30 years to, specifically in the fall. And for me, it'll be like a kid in cotton candy land, right? So,
right.
Yes, sir.
Very good. These questions may be for later for others to testify, but I thought I would just start with you. You'd mentioned that your primary goals are first tokenization as a service and then the custody element of it. On the tokenization, it strikes me that you can tokenize probably about anything. And so I'm just curious in terms of your focus from the beginning.
Having a little trouble, you might move it down, the mic.
Is your focus broad? Is your focus narrow? What's that look like? I know you've addressed it in the materials, but I just kind of like to hear kind of your thoughts on it as kind of the lead off here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Rife, very good question. We've had a lot of conversations about that focus, and we're going to begin with real estate and get very good at one thing. And it may be that we have another customer who shows up that has a broad set of assets that makes us make a strategic decision change. But our goal is to get very good at one thing specifically and drill it and then expand into different types of assets. I think it's important to note that the process is very similar from a technological standpoint and operational standpoint. Each asset class has different rules, of course, that you have to work with. If it's a security, you've got SEC rules that you have to work with. But real estate is very straightforward from the standpoint that everyone here knows how a real estate transaction works. Everyone's familiar with the documents. The closing table, I guess when you do a mortgage today, kind of looks like our exhibit here, but that's the nature of the beast. And so when we're working with asset generators, we're really the custodian of those documents that are generated by those customers. So it's our responsibility to make sure that they're correct and compliant, and when we put it into our ecosystem, that we've checked the correct boxes for the division of banking.
Sure. Great. Thank you. And then it strikes me too that and talking about your very qualified management team, board, et cetera. You also have a very, it appears, and again, this might be for somebody down later today, but one of your big partners is your vendor relationships. And so I'm just curious from you, kind of your thoughts on that whole vendor side of things and what that means to your success as an institution.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for that, Mr. Reif. I think probably how that works and that relationship is best served for executive.
Very good. Thank you.
Further questions from the board? Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to make one statement. What I heard was 30 to 40 people would likely move or be hired here in Wyoming.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yes, sir. We believe that it would be somewhere around 30 to 40 when we're at full capacity.
Okay, and we very much appreciate that, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Deaver, another question that came to mind is, as I was reading through the documentation and the material, and as you testified to the risks, I didn't really hear much on cybersecurity risk, which for me and my bank is probably one of the single most current risk postures that we have right now. And I was just wondering if maybe you could give me a little, from your position, take on IT and cybersecurity risk, because so much of this is digital. That's what it is. If you could give me and the board just a little bit of your take on what that looks like for your proposed business.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. France, of course, I will always defer the details of that to our CIO, but we're also fortunate to have a board member who has military experience in that space, and he will be testifying later today. But from my perspective, I think it's two pieces. Number one, a good team, people who understand the interlocking of the different technologies and where the weak points are. Blockchain is kind of an interesting thing because the chain itself is really hard to penetrate on its own. Some of the applications, the math on it is some weird thing where it's pick one atom out of the known universe, right? The ability to penetrate that. So the weakness then becomes in people and in the APIs that connect the two. And so from my perspective, my number one concern is, do I have the right talent in place and the right people who understand that? And then also when we do our RFP processes and we're connecting those ecosystems, that we're very cognizant of those weak points. So I do have some folks that will testify specifically to that inquiry here today. And it's probably better if they address the details. But from my perspective as the CEO, number one, I want to have the best people that I can find that can manage that, number one. And then I've also made sure that my board is comprised of individuals, we have two of which who are technologists, who are very familiar with this, so that they can oversee the integration of the technology as it relates to the strategic plan. Yes, sir.
It looks like there's no further questions from the board. So Mr. Kaufman, do you have any redirect?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's all for this witness.
And Mr. Kenny, I suppose I should note for the record, just speak up if you do want to cross-examine any of the petitioner's witnesses. No cross for Mr. Deaver, though.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And you're
Thank you,
released
sir.
for the time being, but I'm sure you'll return.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Kaufman, did you want to call Corey Reason next?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think the next person we have is Mr. Neil Parsons, who will be
very well.
testifying online.
Mr. Parsons, this is the hearing examiner. Can you hear me okay on your end, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you please raise your right hand on your end? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Kaufman. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Parsons. For the benefit of the board, could you please introduce yourself and give us a little bit about your background and experience?
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Banking Board. My name is Neil Parsons, and for the record, P-A-R-S-O-N-S. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of Commercium Bank. I'm a career banker with over 39 years of operational experience. And my educational background, I'm an associate of the Chartered Institute of Bankers in the UK and a Bachelor of Science in Financial Services, Manchester University, UK. If I may, I'll start with my career history that can be split into 6 distinct phases. and then I'll cover specific experiences that I believe will benefit my role within Commercium Bank. The first phase, clerical roles, I started at the bottom of the bank. I spent 9 years undertaking the majority of banking clerical roles in various branches, local head offices, primarily in South Wales, with 2 roles in London, UK. The second phase is my Midland Bank and HSBC management roles. So HSBC bought out Midland Bank, hence why it's HSBC / Midland Bank. I undertook 7 management roles, and the first one being a relief branch manager. I must admit, I took a lot of learnings during that role around people management, especially those things not to do. My next role, I was a lending manager in Merthyr Tydfil branch. And again, didn't have much of a lending authority, so thank goodness I didn't really lose the bank much money. My next role as a branch manager in Porth, there's 18 staff, and it was a nice career step building on the people and lending experiences previously. My next role as a service and sales manager, and that entailed overseeing the HR, operational, service and sales aspects for what the Newport region, which is around 20 branches and 300 staff. The next role, I took a role in London as a manager strategic development and planning unit. HSBC had bought out Midland Bank. They wanted to find out what Midland Bank, what they'd actually bought, and I was the sole representative from Midland Bank to help a small team report into the CEO to both streamline the bank and actually conform to the new HSBC values. Following that role, I returned to South Wales. I was a credit manager, so I approved business loans where I had a personal lending authority at the time of £1 million. My final management role in the UK, I was a deputy area manager back to the Newport area. There was 20 branches, 300 people, but obviously additional responsibilities. My next phase of my career was phase 3, I consider. It was a total change in direction. And I'll put it down, for 11 years, I spent in worldwide technology roles. So in 1999, I moved to Canada. And my role actually was the interface between business and technology. And we wanted, as a bank, to change the operational mindset in around 40 small countries to that of a service and sales mindset. We use technology as a sort of vehicle. I was based in Vancouver, Canada, where our group development centre was based, but obviously travelled extensively at that time. This role required the build of, instead of the old-fashioned green screens, the build of internet-based branch screens for bank services, new account opening platforms, introduction of CRM features such as one-to-one marketing messages, build of warehouses, data marks, all linked in. And I successfully oversee the introduction of this banking system in all the regions, Middle East, Asia, Europe, America. My responsibility is to make sure there's one key country in each of those regions were up and running, and then I did have a slight oversight to make sure they rolled it out within their region successfully. 4 years later, in 2003, the bank asked me to take a group role to be part of building a new generation internet banking. Seems quite strange that was called 2G, given where the world is today and the discussions around 5G. I was the relationship manager for the 40 countries using the group banking system. Plus, as I was based in Canada, I was the relationship manager for the Americas, which is USA, Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina. We did successfully upgrade all entities to this new internet platform. In 2005, the bank then asked me to take a sort of related role as a director of business systems to oversee new group software that we can apply to that internet banking suite that we've just implemented. So what today would be considered apps, we implemented sales tools in over 25 countries, such as One which I particularly liked was a sales campaign manager. This allowed content to be customer specific via targeted messages. Today, that's just the norm, but 15, 16 years ago, that was quite innovative. And other tools such as an application builder, web application builder, that allow business folks to build product applications forms linked to customer record databases, actually without IT involvement. Again, another similar type of role in January 2007, I was appointed head of digital capabilities for Global HSBC Direct. Being the launch and build of an online savings proposition, I think most of the world would understand the ING direct savings, while HSBC was competing with that. Just in the US bank alone, they raised 16 billion in deposits in around 18 months with 1 million new customers. And we also successfully launched in Taiwan, Canada, South Korea, France. Every one of these achieved a minimum deposit balances of over 1 billion. May 2008, another technology role. And what happened is the successful build of an account opening system in 40 countries, internet-based. They wanted to build that actually throughout every HSBC branch, including the large ones, the US, UK, Hong Kong. So I had the deployment responsibility for the parallel regional pilots in Europe, America, Asia, and Middle East. I also had the responsibility to undertake new activities, which we call paradigm changes worldwide. And these were activities such as how do we eliminate paper? How do we reduce paper coming in, reduce paper coming out? How do we actually get regulators to accept that we do not need wet signatures? How do we get regulators agreements that we would like electronic taking of identification? All things that today we take for granted, but again, 13 years ago, I think we were at the forefront at the time. I had to then, what I could consider phase 4. I was asked to have a Canada-based role. So it was a sort of after 11 years of travel, where the previous 11 years I had worked in HSBC in over 25 countries. They asked me to set up a change unit in Canada called Change Delivery. This was basically 160 staff to facilitate, oversee all re-engineering, regulatory and change programs, and basically involved the merging of disparate teams into one unit, business analysts, IT analysts, project management, business project management, IT project management, PMO. During this time, the bank asked me to take a bit more of a specific focus on business engineering. So they asked me to run a business consultancy, process consultancy, the business analyst type people to re-engineer the HSBC Canada order book, which is around 50 million. That was activities such as managing the payment strategy called HSBC Canada. That resulted in straight-through processing moving from 20 to 70% at the time. A full rewrite of all the lending platforms called the Retail Credit Transformation, and smaller but very important projects such as moving all paper statements to electronic. Phase 5 of my career, so I've now been asked to go to the US. So I had 4 fantastic years, 2013 to the end of 2017, as a senior vice president to build and lead a new team named US Re-Engineering, being a team of professional process re-engineers, mostly with Six Sigma black belt skills. And the activities included, could we streamline all processes and procedures in the 4 lines of business: retail, commercial, global banking, and private banking. We did achieve 100 million plus of cost benefits, but more importantly, in parallel with improving all controls and regulatory risk aspects. Must be noted that these activities were undertaken in parallel with implementation of a new core banking system and regulatory scrutiny, because HFC at the time were fined 1.7 billion. Well, that new banking system happens to be the core banking system that I successfully worked on 11 years period previously, and hence why I was asked to take on that role. We undertook things like business impact assessments to ensure key focus on all regulatory matters. Now, last but not least, I finished from the US and I took a short period of retirement. I reset my goals. I ended up moving to the UK after 20 years in Canada and the US, where I now live with my fiancée in South Wales. A year ago, my retirement was short-lived. I was excited to be asked to join a team requiring banking and technology expertise for the Commercium SPDI Charter. Well, I've just given you a sort of chronological order of my roles, but I'd like, if I may, put this into context, how I believe my experience will benefit Commercium. Firstly, at a high level, I have a proven ability to deliver and deploy complex projects, programs, digitally focused, 25-year record of success. I would consider myself an executive business and technology leader in the financial services space, an operational mindset with high integrity values, a process engineer, having built and led extensive Black Belt Six Sigma teams and programs, and a lateral thinker. But being a little more specific to the COO roles, where my key responsibility, the management of all the operations, digital and traditional, HR matters, and obviously together keen eye, given my past experience on the regulatory, technology and financial fronts. So from an operations perspective, I have extensive experience of setting up teams. The last 8 years, 6, 7 years of my banking career was in Canada and the US for change programs. I have experience of setting up technology-focused teams for over 20 years, and I've actually got experience of setting up service and sales operations throughout the world, Europe, Americas, Asia, and the Middle East. From a regulatory perspective, the US re-engineering, as I mentioned earlier, the US re-engineering activities are undertaken with the implementation of the new core banking system and regulatory scrutiny, where the regulators actually sat with the HSBC folks for a good 2 years. We did receive, as a bank, the HSBC Bank received approval to continue operations from the regulators, which was a huge and still is a huge achievement. I've managed all regulatory projects in HSBC Canada as part of HSBC Canada's Operational Risk and Compliance Committee. And in my technology roles, I've met with many regulators worldwide to discuss potential changes such as electronic identification to gain approval before we could proceed with what we wanted to introduce. From a people perspective, I've successfully built many teams. I have a key focus on diversity and inclusion. I'm able to operate at all levels, from junior entrant to CEO, given my background, and I have an experience in operations of many cultures. From a technology perspective, I think hopefully I'll be the right-hand person to the CIO. I have experience building end-to-end CRM systems, warehouses. I was the head of online savings account digital capabilities. I ran the paperless strategy for HSBC Group worldwide. I've managed a payment strategy. I've even managed new account opening things, such as in the UK, they moved from around 10 days to open an account to around 30 minutes. And even in Malaysia, I worked with the government to pilot digital taking of identification in 2009. Hopefully I've covered all my background and the relevant experiences that will be pertinent to Commercium Bank.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Moving into some testimony regarding your role specifically as COO, can you explain for the board what you view your key initial objectives to be?
Yeah, I think two, and they're really at a high level. First is build the operations for a digitally compliant bank in partnership with the Wyoming Division of Banking that meets or exceeds regulatory requirements. I think that's the number one. Start from the regulations, as our CEO mentioned. And the secondary is to build the team and be the glue to make this happen, should we be fortunate enough to be granted an SPDI license.
And follow up to that with respect to recruiting the team, How are you planning to approach the operations for Commercium with respect to developing that team?
Yes, as mentioned by Mr. Deaver, we would advertise locally and within the US to seek the best professionals we possibly can in the areas of operations, risk and technology. I think it's important for us to establish working relations with local communities such as the Wyoming University to establish a regular recruitment cadence there. Now, we do acknowledge this is not an easy task given we're the fourth SPDI applicant, and of course many excellent people would have already been selected, but we do hope that we can recruit and retrain and retain many people in Wyoming.
Will you be responsible for all of Commercium's operational activities?
Yes, I'll be responsible to oversee all traditional and digital activities. I think this will entail, I'll ensure end-to-end processes in place that cover all operational and regulatory risks. There's a key part of my career history is full end-to-end process mapping, and within each of the process maps will be the regulatory controls. I'll ensure appropriate resources applied across all functions that's sufficient to enable successful launch of the bank. And I think one key part of this is liaise closely with the CEO and other executives to make this happen. I'll give you a few examples. As the CEO mentioned, we're going to focus on digital security tokenization, but I'm sure there'll be new activities going on that everyone will want to launch after that, but they have to go through the COO first. I will make sure that the utmost due diligence is taken, resources in place, all regulations made, and no downside to any existing operations. I'll closely partner with Tim as our CIO and Trent as our CFO to utilize my experiences in both these space. And of course, be a very close partner with Mr. Reason to ensure all regulators matters are taken as the highest priority.
Can you expand a little on the testimony we heard earlier from Mr. Deaver about the physical presence that Commercium intends to have here in Cheyenne?
Yeah, we have been searching and we're looking for office space that show and confirm our presence. However, it won't be a typical high street bank branch, but office space for 30 to 40 people where we can collaborate, build a new bank together. And this space would also include private meeting rooms for client discussions.
Do you believe that Commercium will provide digital services to other banks?
Yes, absolutely. I'd be delighted to discuss more of this detail in the executive session. However, at a high level, a sort of taster for the executive session, Commercium Bank has a desire to offer custody for those banks who cannot offer those services, together with tokenization and digital record keeping from our technology partner, all as a package. Both Commercium and our technology partner are regulatory driven, but we would love to partner with Wyoming Banking Division to make this happen as a pilot bank within the state. So we would love a Wyoming bank to be the pilot bank. What we do need first is to prove out, as mentioned by our CEO, the digital security token offering around 6 to 10 pilot customers. And again, a key part of Neil, my personality, is to streamline, optimize the processes and procedures. Once we've got that, then we would like to work with someone in one of the banks in Wyoming to make this happen. But more can be discussed. And we have a small presentation in the executive session, if that's permissible.
Thank you. Can you discuss for the board how you think Commercium will provide a good bridge between being a technology partner and bank?
Yeah, that's a good question. The COO, this is the Chief Banking Officer and Information Officer roles. I've been pivotal in showing good teamwork and continue to do so. So both I as the CIO and Mr. Marcel as the Chief Information Officer have really extensive technology leadership experience, so we can talk the tech language and to a good extent, we talk to a good extent, and that actually helps ensure good communications between the bank and technology. And what was great news for us is adding Mr. Hunson as a CFO recently, and his experiences where he's actually built de novo banks will actually become invaluable. So I think whilst it's an important aspect for us to monitor going forward, I think we've got a great team of multi-skills that can make this happen.
And my last question for you, Mr. Parsons, is building on some testimony we heard from Mr. Deaver earlier and a few questions. Can you expand for a little bit on the traditional banking accounts and services that are going to be offered to people and who those people are?
Well, I'm pleased that our CEO has actually explained that very well. So really, I have nothing else to add to his comments of checking savings, obviously escrow accounts to hold funds before tokens are released, etc.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hearing Examiner, those are all of my direct exam questions.
Well, would the board members mind stating their name before they ask questions, just so that we have a clear transcript and hopefully make life a little easier on the court reporter? Thank you.
Mr. Grady?
This is Bob Grady. I actually have no questions. I just wish Mr. Parsons luck in getting the necessary visas to come to the United States. I hope things ease up and our protocols are safe enough for you to come shortly. We look forward to welcoming you in Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Appreciate that.
Mr. Sorensen?
No questions.
Mr. Jensen?
Mr. Parsons, thanks for your testimony. I just have one question. I'm wondering about transition, if you would discuss for me, going from HSBC, which is a large institution with multiple resources, going into a new de novo SPDI, how do you see your role working, and how do you see that transition from going from large to extremely small, please?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I've been very fortunate that at the start of my sort of technology career, I was actually the interface between the business and technology. So as well as taking requirements, I would go to the countries and convince the operational units, well, this is the modern way of doing things. I would also have conversations with any of the CEOs in any of the countries. And so a lot of these countries were really on the small side. So for example, Brunei in Asia, Jersey in the Channel Islands. So I have been able to work with smaller operational teams. And I think that all of the technology and the nuances around new technologies have always excited me. And I've been able to actually, with the banking experiences and the people skills that you build up, be able to communicate this openly and receive positive feedback and commitment to make it happen in these countries. The aim was for me to set up the bank. And could we get a COO basically starting within a week or two of should we be successful in receiving the charter? So a few issues around this is the 12 months that we've worked together. How do we find a COO 12 months ago that would be willing? So we want a COO. I actually have my eye out on a few folks actually in the Wyoming area that would be willing to come 6 to 12 months back to work for a bank for future shares. So in other words, take no salary for a year, take a big risk. So what the board felt, given all my experiences, given all my knowledge of setting up this, so they would like me now to move from the interim title to be the first COO. As part of, so my key aspects will be setting up the bank, making sure it's operationally compliant, make sure it's all running. But in parallel, we will be seeking a US-based COO to take over around 18 months to 24, 18 months, 30 to 24 months post the successful granting of the charter. I hope that clarifies.
Yes, thank you.
It looks like there's no further questions from the board. Mr. Kaufman, any redirect?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parsons. You're welcome to stay on the line for the rest of the hearing if you would like to, unless I'm assuming there's no objections to any sort of sequestration. Mr. Kinney?
Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, and no cross, so you're welcome to stay on the line, but you're released as witness for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Parsons.
Thank you.
I would suggest that we take a 10-minute break. Is that acceptable to the parties?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're in recess for about 10 minutes. Thanks. Oh, excuse me, we're back on the record. The time is now 10:06 in the morning. And next up, I believe, is Timothy Parcells. Is that correct?
So,
Mr. Kaufman?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Trent Hudson. I apologize, we're going slightly out of order from our witness list. but-
Sure, no need for an apology. Mr. Hudson, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury? I do. Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is Trent Hudson. Mr. Hudson, if you would please introduce yourself to the board and give a little about your background and experience.
Certainly, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Banking Board. I'm very honored to be here today to talk about myself.
Hold that closer to you.
Is that better?
When he starts leaning forward, I can tell.
I apologize. Okay. My name is Trent Hudson. I'm going to be the Chief Financial Officer of Commercium Bank. I have 27 years of experience in finance and banking. I am a resident of Utah and received my Bachelor's of Science in Finance from the University of Utah and my MBA from BYU. Upon graduating from the University of Utah, I began my career at Novell. And it's a high-tech company, software networking company in Utah. And after a very brief stint in accounting department and credit department, I was promoted into the treasury department of that company. And in a very early part of my career, when I was very young, I had the opportunity to be part of some big projects, significant projects that really had some significant impact to the company. My first responsibility was to make sure that all cash around the world was in the right place at the right time for the operation of the company. I was over 80 different countries. I was a signer on at least 50 different countries, their bank accounts, and as part of that, I needed to make sure that the cash was available and that the idle cash was making money for the company. As part of that, one of the first things I did was I developed with some large European banks a European cash pooling system, which for $40 million increased the interest income for that $40 million and also made it more available when needed for the countries in Europe. Also lowered our tax basis a little bit there too. And after that, I was given the job of revamping our foreign exchange hedging program. We were seeing swings of up to $2 million in foreign exchange valuations on our income statement, and in order to provide a more stable and predictable earnings each quarter, they asked me to take a look at that and see what we could do. My predecessors had put some things in place, but we hadn't really been able to really get a handle on it. It took some research, and I worked with some banks to help me with that, and determined that we had to make a number of changes. And I proposed those changes to the board at the time, and they involved changing the denomination of currencies in our foreign offices to US dollar based rather than local currency. We had to make some accounting changes to how invoices were coming into those countries and when they were coming in and how those were valued. And those were all proposed to the board by me, and that was accepted, and I was able to put it in place. And I was asked to fly to some of those countries, the ones that were very reluctant. They did not want to move their currency from local currency to US dollar. So I was asked to go and explain that and get them on board, and was successful in doing that. And after it was put in place, I ran that program. After a great career at Novell was eaten by Microsoft. And, it became clear toward the end of my career there that I really needed to find a new place. So during college, I had worked for the 4 years at banks, and I enjoyed that. And so I was looking around, and I found an opportunity to be the CFO of a small institution that was about 2 years old. They got in their charter about 2 years earlier, and they had not stood up a product yet. So I came in and helped them do that. We got that going, and within 18 months of my joining, we were profitable and remained so until the downturn in 2008, and it became clear that our products at that time, being such a small bank and limited product offering, that we needed to make a large change in what we did. And the president and I, at the time, we took a little trip. We sat down and tried to figure out what we could do. And we came back with an entirely new strategy for the bank and implemented that. We began to offer, we would partner with fintech companies, high-tech companies that had really a very innovative way of doing business in some way and originating loans or servicing loans. And we would, but have no experience in banking at all. And we would have to vet them for oftentimes up to a year, because our intent was we would use their systems as our systems. And so they had to be completely bank compliant. And then we would originate loans through their systems, and after a short time, we would sell those loans to the partner. So the largest risk by far at that bank at that time was compliance. Really, it was our only risk. We didn't have any credit risk because we would sell the loans so soon after origination. About that time, it was put in place as the chief operating officer as well as the CFO. I remained the CFO the entire time, but took on the job of chief operating officer. We were very small, so we had limited resources, and so they put me in as the COO. And we had to make the bank a compliance shop. I mean, we had to export compliance essentially to our fintech partners, who often were reluctant and didn't have these are new innovative people. They don't really want to follow the rules, and we, of course, had to make them do that. It was a great experience. As I said, the bank was small. I had the opportunity to wear many hats there and be involved in pretty much all aspects of banking. Although small, we still had to meet all of the regulatory requirements, just any other, any big bank. And for a time, I was the chief credit officer. I was the chief compliance officer. I was the BSA officer. And so I really learned banking across the board, always keeping in, my financial responsibilities. After 10 years there, no, I'm sorry, 15. I changed jobs. I became the CFO of a much larger institution. We were more traditional. We had 2 consumer loan portfolios and a commercial loan portfolio. Profitable when I arrived, and we were able to. After I arrived, we went out to market and brought that bank public. We did a public stock offering for preferred stock, and actually raised more than we had anticipated. And that was a great experience. However, right after that, the COVID downturn hit, and the commercial lending portfolio, which had already had some issues, it became apparent pretty quick that we would need to fully impair that. And it was going to be a large expense. We had never been unprofitable, that bank, and we had a goal. We wanted to make it through that time, although difficult, and make sure that it was profitable. And I was able to work with the management team. And toward the end of 2020, we did end after impairing that very large portfolio, and with the success of our other 2 consumer portfolios, we were able to we were still profitable. And then Q1 of 2021, we were the most profitable. We had record profits for that quarter. So we brought that bank through that difficult time. I guess I'll just say in summary, I am a CFO by trade. And however, I feel with my experience that I've had over the course of my career, my 27-year career, that I have the ability to assist and help the CIO, the CCO, and the CEO in their responsibilities. I think I have a very compliance-centric background. I understand consumer compliance completely, which I know is different than what we're going to be doing, but I understand the importance of compliance and all that goes into that. I have a proven record of helping organizations I work for create more efficient processes, and I have launched a business, and I'm excited to be at Commercium Bank.
Thanks, Mr. Hudson. Based on your experience, can you talk a little bit about what you view Commercium's key drivers are to obtain financial success?
Certainly. Mr. Deaver touched on this, as well as Mr. Parsons. As we looked at all the different product offerings that we could offer, we've decided, we took a look and we decided to sort of adjust the rollout of those, and we are going to focus primarily on the tokenization and custody of digital assets. And with just that product offering, and of course, as we get that to be successful, we'll roll out other products, but with that being the first one, as Mr. Deaver said, we have a pipeline of customers that will, in the first 12 months, will cover our fixed costs. So, of course, the main driver of revenue is the size of those assets under custody and the number of assets we tokenize. On the expense side, of course, we need to have very tight controls of expenses. Those are really the primary drivers.
You are obviously intimately familiar with Commercium's budget and financial plans. How, in your estimation, how realistic is Commercium's budget and projections for launch?
I touched on this. We right now have engaged customers that wish, like our product, wish to join, and even if we just took those first that are very engaged, we would cover our fixed costs in the first year.
How will Commercium manage liquidity, particularly in light of maintaining, all the compliance measures you've discussed?
Certainly. I think, as everyone knows, the charter requires that we hold 100% of our deposits in cash and very liquid investments, and that's what we'll do. And to touch on a question that was raised earlier, which I can discuss more if necessary, we do intend to use a correspondent bank that offers an EBA account where they will act as an agent to the Federal Reserve, and essentially that money is held through that agent at the Federal Reserve. And then as needed, it can sweep into our account to be used, but we intend to just keep that at the Fed through that agent.
And this has been touched on a little bit already, but will Commercium engage in any lending?
No.
Can you discuss for the board Commercium's capital formation and reserve plans?
Absolutely. So right now, as Mr. Deaver mentioned, we are very close to raising our initial $5 million. We have subscription agreements for most of that. Upon the granting of the charter, we'll bring that money on. We will have the $5 million by then. And then soon thereafter, we intend to raise $30 million. That will cover our fixed costs plus $5 million in the first 3 years of operation. We will create transaction reserves as necessary as a percent of deposits, and as though that risk is determined.
Excellent. And I asked this question of Mr. Deaver, but from a financial perspective, what in your view are Commercium's biggest risks?
You know, what we're doing, thank you for the question, is very new. It's innovative, and there's always risk in that, I think. You know, but there's also risk in not being innovative. It's just, you know, standing still. And personally, I'm very excited to be part of this new and innovative way of doing traditional, you know, banking business. But also, as I looked at the business plan and the model and the financials, I have never seen a banking model in my 27 years of experience that's more conservative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have no further direct questions.
Questions from the board? Should we start on the far left? Or
Mr. Sorensen?
Mr. Sorensen?
I don't have a question right now, no.
Copper France with Bank of Commerce in Rollins, Wyoming. First and foremost, Mr. Hudson, thank you for your testimony and for being here today. Can you just explain a little bit about custody of assets, how they affect your balance sheet? I guess we'll start with that one, then I'll have one other question.
All custodial assets will be held off balance sheet. They are not ours. We are simply acting as it'll be held in trust and as a custodian.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize. All assets, all digital assets and securities will be held off balance sheet, and due to their nature, we will only be holding them in custody. They will not be our assets.
And then another question that I have, with respect to the budget and that process, you know, it's been noted that the majority of income will be derived through fee-based income from transactions, and you know, which can be fairly substantial, seemingly, from looking at things. And so I guess my question is, as other participants start to enter this space, one, do you anticipate that those fees may have to be reduced? And two, when the budget was being set, were those fee reductions any part of that budgetary conversation, or was that addressed when working on that budget?
We are already setting our fees much lower than what is out there in the market, and much, much lower than what is out there in the market. I think we'll have a very competitive fee structure, even through competition, which we welcome, by the way. You know, the market is so large, the real estate market just alone worldwide exceeds, you know, all stock and bond and equity markets by far. And so I think that there will be plenty of you know, need for competitive entrants. And with our fees being set as well as they are, I think we'll be competitive through that.
And this might be a really basic question, but okay, you're not going to show custodial assets on your balance sheet.
That's correct.
So who technically owns that asset?
Our customers.
But being held under your name.
Yeah. We will be the custodian of them only.
Well, I'm just thinking of trust assets. You know,
Right.
A lot of us have trust
Yes.
companies, and
Exactly.
we show that on the balance sheet when we hold those assets. I'm just curious.
And maybe we could, you know.
Is that because you don't want the liability, or why wouldn't you hold it on your balance sheet if you technically?
We are simply, they are not our assets. They will be on the balance sheet of our customers.
Okay.
You know, for instance, you know, you have, you know, banks act as, you know, they hold stock certificates in custody of the customers. It's not on the bank's balance sheet. It is on the customer's balance sheet.
Okay. And I'm also curious about the pricing, what Mr. France brought up about, it sounds like you're starting out on the lower end of the market for pricing.
We believe so, and we can get more into
And
that
that's
in the
just a
executive session.
strategic move
Right.
rather than,
Well, it's a new, I mean, it is new, but there
Yeah.
are examples of the type of thing we wish to do out there. And we looked at those and determined that we could charge a lower fee and still have.
Make it up in volume.
Exactly.
okay.
And we
And
get
I think
more
we're going to
into-
hear more about that later as
Certainly.
we've talked about, so thank you.
Additional questions from the board?
Rod Jensen, Bank of Star Valley Afton. So, got a question on liquidity and bank loyalty programs, but in the budget, I couldn't see any cost for what multi-channel reward programs are. I mean, are we talking small things? Are we talking, what are we talking?
Those are, I think, and maybe I can direct, answer briefly and then direct that question to others. That's one of the products that we've decided to launch at a later date, and making sure that we have the expertise in place and that we have a fully developed plan for that. So that's not something we're going to be relying on at all in the first year.
And my last question, please, is so you're in Cheyenne, Little Wyoming. There's 560,000 of us. We don't even make a big city for the whole state, okay? And you're going to tokenize assets. Can you branch into other states with the Wyoming SPDI, or does everybody have to come to Cheyenne to use your services, which is a hindrance? Speak on hitting the U.S. and the bigger real estate markets.
I will probably need to defer to someone else on whether we can have branches elsewhere. I don't believe that we can, but I better not say definitively. My experience in Utah, in my two banking institutions, is we had one branch in both of those, and we did business across the country. And it was never a hindrance. We as Mr. Parsons pointed out, we will have office space here, and we'll have rooms for private meetings with people. But we don't anticipate. We believe what the product offering that we have is such that people will come to us.
Any further questions from the board members? Hearing none, let's move on to redirect. Mr. Kaufman.
None for me, thank you.
You're released as witness, sir. Thank you for testifying, and feel free to stick around if you'd like. Mr. Kaufman, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner will be Mr. Tim Marcel.
Is it Parcell or Marcel?
Marcel.
Marcel.
Apologies.
I think I wrote it down wrong. It's my bad. We can give him a minute to get to that. Mr. Marcel, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Marcel, can you please introduce yourself to the board and give a little bit of your background and experience?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you, Mr. Kaufman, Mr. Chairman, and esteemed members of the Banking Board. I'm a co-founder of Commercium and the Chief Banking and Information Officer. My role in the organization is to collaborate with the CEO, CFO, COO, and our vendors to build the bank. I have over 20 years of consulting experience and over 15 years of banking experience. As my profile indicates, I've worked on various banking roles in the PMO, operations, and technology. As far as education, I do have a Bachelor of Science degree from the Illinois State University. I also have specialized training as a Lean Six Sigma black belt, Agile trained, have Agile certification, but trained in pretty much every aspect of Agile. And essentially what I do in software development and every implementation that I do is I weave the two together because I try to take the best of everything and make it better. As such, as a hobby, most people fly fish or hunt or fish like Mr. Deaver back there. I develop software. I've been involved in several different startups and about 24 months ago, I created my own Lean Six Sigma and Agile software that we may use at some point just because it's cool and fun. As far as my consulting experience, I cut my teeth at Aon Hewitt. While there, I worked there for 5 years. It's a benefits consulting firm. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it, but they handle all of the large Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies, and they do their pension, health and welfare, and 401k benefits. So benefits across the board, benefits outsourcing. So in my time there, I had over 100 successful implementations and never missed an actual deadline. One thing that I learned there was how to finalize your business process before bringing in technology enablers. So no matter what channel you come through, whether it's voice, web, whether it's in person at a branch or anything like that, you follow the same process. While I was there, kind of my experience is I worked on, first I started on the benefits side as a business analyst and a quality assurance analyst, really digging into the requirements and understanding that. Then I transitioned into a development role where I did the coding, so the development for web and voice applications, as well as the design, and then ultimately the release of those set applications. For the last 18 years, I've also worked for a boutique firm called Code Exchange. While at Code Exchange, I completed, I would say, at least 35 code reviews of various different organizations. So what does that mean? A lot of mergers and acquisitions where people buy and sell companies, specifically software companies, we go in and we review their code, soup to nuts. As a independent third-party provider, essentially we would go in, just like you buy a house and you have an inspector come in and do an assessment as far as, appraisal of how much it's worth. That's what we did. So we would do code reviews where just pretty much like via WebEx or Zoom and look through the code, look through their development processes, their system development lifecycle. We would do penetration tests, smoke testing, everything that you mentioned, Mr. France, relative to cybersecurity testing. We would go through and conduct those set activities, either myself or some of my other technology partners. In addition to that consulting work, I've also done an exorbitant amount of IT strategy. Due to some non-disclosures, I can't really release the clients that I've worked with, but suffice to say, they're all household names and everybody knows who they are. So we would do, we would go in and create like a 3-year IT strategy for all these companies, as well as my background is in PMO. I've also been PMI trained with regards to project management. So I have kind of a triple threat of coding requirements and project management and program management. For the last 5 months, I've been an independent consultant working with a company called Business Talent Group to develop and implement a trading software to outsource front, middle, and back office functions for one of the largest wealth management firms. So that's kind of what I'm doing in the interim until hopefully this group gives us a positive thumbs up for what we're doing. So after consulting, I moved into banking. I was hired at HSBC, which, as you're aware from Mr. Parsons' testimony today, it's a very large global bank. I started off in technology, working in the data warehousing area, whereby I bought, maintained, and sold servers and disk SANs. So essentially taking the old and bringing in the new. So we broke down the old servers and bought new servers, implemented them, sunsetted them, and essentially soup to nuts, I took care of everything from working with IBM to do maintenance and sunset everything to help in negotiations with the servers. Another project that I worked with during that tenure, we were sunsetting our auto portfolio. It was a $3 billion portfolio. I was the project and tech lead for the infrastructure, which is the technology work stream, as well as the vendor management work stream. So we sold the auto portfolio to Banco Santander, and I worked with the Santander team to transfer all of the IT assets, as well as the, I guess you would say, the physical assets, which would be the buildings and what have you. During that time, I managed to demise and transition over 500 vendor contracts. After working in technology, I moved into the compliance project management organization. My first project was to lead an AML look back, and I managed a relationship with Deloitte. Got to know Deloitte quite well, and one of the senior partners at the time from Deloitte is still quite, is a great friend of mine still. Then HSBC, as Mr. Parsons mentioned, got hit with a $1.7 billion fine, and I was the PMO lead for the response to the Fed and OCC. In conjunction with various different consulting firms, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, Booz Allen Hamilton, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and Promontory, I drafted the BSA AML program, including consolidating and rewriting all of the business policies, procedures, desk manuals, and reference guides. That is a huge undertaking, and I'm not going to say that I developed everything on my own, because it's just not humanly possible. My role was mainly coordination of everything and making sure that it made sense. So I had to challenge such folks at Deloitte, EY, PwC, and Promontory to make sure that everything made sense and was in common language, because we had to distill it from kind of a conceptual to an actual, it really makes sense to deploy it. So that was quite a huge endeavor. One notable item during my time in that area is that I helped develop and implement the customer risk rating system across the bank. Previously, one of the reasons why we had some challenges with the regulators is the other business lines, each business line would have their own ways of determining risk for their clients and what have you. And so what we did is just essentially brought everything together to create, based off of your product selection, your client base, your customer use and purpose and what have you, bringing all that together to have a uniformed way to determine the risk for your particular customers and clients. So I worked with Promontory to create the documentation, put everything together, and presented it to the CEOs of all the business lines of the US group, and ultimately created the documentation with Promontory's help to go in front of the Fed and OCC to present that new case to them. During this time in the compliance PMO, I had the privilege of working with Mr. Corey Reason, who will come up after me. After working in compliance PMO, as Mr. Parsons mentioned in his testimony, there was a core banking implementation that was roughly about a 5.5-year program. And my role in this piece was working for Mr. Parsons, and I was the process lead for the core banking implementation. So what does that mean? That means our team drafted the current and future state process flows and business readiness activities, including impact and risk assessment for all of the business and functions of the organization, which includes, front, middle, back office, as well as compliance, regulatory, operational risk, everything soup to nuts. And one of the things I learned in working with my highly skilled and professional team is that they were really good about complex of explaining the technical, but they had a really hard time of distilling what we were trying to do and make it simple. So it took a long time for us to get things approved because the process flows were, honestly, Neil could attest to this. Some of them would fill this room. They're that big. So I worked with our team to distill all of our process flows when we're getting executive and business approval to put them in no more than 8 steps or less, because complex is simple and easy is hard. As I mentioned during that time, I worked with Neil Parsons, and that particular core banking implementation, it's still considered one of the largest implementations, at least to my knowledge, that banking has ever done. It was huge. In closing, I spent the last 15 years fixing disparate banking systems and processes. Now with our team, we are trying to create the new digital gold standard for banking ecosystems. I just wanted to say special thanks to the state of Wyoming for making this possible. Mr. Kaufman, additional questions?
Yeah, thank you. Can you describe for the board a little bit more specifically about what your role day-to-day is going to be at Commercium?
My role at Commercium as the Chief Information and Banking Officer encompasses the key elements of the roles of Head of Operations, Chief Operations Officer, Chief Compliance Officer, and Chief Technology Officer. So I have to work closely with them. As Mr. Parsons indicated in his testimony, he will be my right hand, or I'll be his right hand and he'll be my left hand. And essentially we'll work together to build it. With extensive experience that we have within our management team, I'm confident that we could build what needs to be done.
Can you explain for the board a little bit about what areas of operations you're going to view as your primary responsibility?
The area of operations that I'll include as my primary responsibility is taking care of the vendor relationships. I'll just kind of dovetail into, we'll go through an extensive RFP process. And from my perspective, when we were coming up with all of these documents, we took everything from the consideration of a very large global bank and the most difficult processes and the most difficult permutations that you could come up with. And that's what we built all of our policies and procedures off of. And then we essentially hone them down to the rules and regulations of the particular product offerings that we're looking at, as well as the rules and regulations of the Wyoming SPDI.
You mentioned the vendor management and vendor selection. Can you talk a little bit more about the criticalness of that and how you'll manage that?
Absolutely. One thing that Mr. Deaver mentioned in the beginning about the name and the derivation of Commercium is trust. One thing that we have to do is make sure that we could trust our vendors and our vendor relationships. I've been in banking for the last 15 years and banking technology for 15 years. I have extensive relationships with various different fintech organizations, and we will go through an extensive process, an RFP process, to ensure that they will be able to adhere to what we need and require, as well as our standards. We will meet or exceed all technology standards that are out there, regulations, what have you. And from my perspective, I've worked in technology, and I've had to evaluate the various different vendors at HSBC to just make sure that they could follow the rules. And we've developed our policies as such, so everyone has to adhere to very strict standards.
Can you explain for the board at a high level sort of Commercium's technology infrastructure, its architecture and design?
Yeah. I kind of equate our architecture and design with the logo set that I had growing up. Each vendor that we select must adopt and integrate with other vendors and applications. We plan on utilizing middleware services layer to connect all the applications together, kind of like Legos. As such, we will have a very strong and robust security, IT security, as well as cybersecurity infrastructure to make sure that we conduct security and penetration testing as needed and regularly. And we'll also work with some external third-party firms to make sure that we've fortified we've essentially created a fortress that nobody could get into.
Can you maybe detail for the board a little bit about how Commercium will rely on blockchain technology in deploying this technology strategy?
Absolutely. Our blockchain technology that we're utilizing would essentially be our records management system. So everything is going to be, all the documents and everything that's collected from our, and I guess I'll kind of dovetail, and I'm a picture person and a process person, so I kind of have to explain it at kind of that level. So we have a core banking provider that we're going to be selecting. They will be responsible and accountable for providing everything that's needed to create the client or customer from the onboarding process. So essentially the indicative data questions where they would go online and say, hey, what is your name? What is your occupation? What are you looking at doing, and what have you? And then after all of the indicative client information has been created, as well as the requirements, we would move on to the KYC portion. So we have a couple vendors that we're looking at that would make sure that we know our business, know our customer, and we essentially are going to know what they're doing. So they would have to go through our compliance process as well as our risk rating to make sure that they are a suitable client for us. At which time, and Mr. Parsons will go through this in executive session of tokenization, that's the product piece. So essentially, you create your client, you go through, do KYC, and everything that's created throughout this whole process will be stored in our records management system. We're utilizing blockchain to take regular documents, digitize them, and hash them.
Can you maybe, you just described some of the onboarding process, but can you maybe expand a little bit more on how Commercium is going to work with clients and sort of the overall functionality of it?
Yeah. So how we will work with clients is throughout our pipeline, we'll have clients or customers come in, and we will work with them and whomever their designees are to onboard their customers. So we'll work with them. We'll have our own folks to help with onboarding. But from my perspective, the biggest risk is the people risk of people actually keying stuff in. And I would rather have the client do their onboarding because they should know their clients better than I do. And so what we will do is make sure that our user interfaces and our processes are clean and simple so that people could essentially create the customer information as quickly as possible.
I think that's all the direct questions I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Questions from the board. We could start with Mr. Sorensen if he has any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Should we keep doing ring around the posy or ring around the Bitcoin bank, Mr. Chairman? Starting on the far left.
I do have probably some questions for executive session, or at least one. But I find it interesting. It was mentioned in somewhere deep in the paperwork that traditional core providers, banking core providers, were relatively difficult to do business with and somewhat behind the times, which I personally don't disagree with. I just found it interesting that you still chose to partner with basically a traditional core provider. I thought maybe you could speak to that just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the course of us going through this 18 months of discovery work and essentially creating the application as well as kind of breathing life into it, from my perspective, the particular core banking provider that we are looking at may not be the provider that we select. We're still going to be going through the RFP process and try to find the best one that would meet our needs. And the reason that we initially looked at that particular provider was that they had essentially one-stop shopping and we'd be able to work with one vendor. And they in discussions with that particular vendor, they were quite open to working with us and to build out some of their applications and essentially modernize some of the items. That was, and they were a smaller group, and that we would be able to potentially leverage their relationship to get additional business. In hindsight, and as I mentioned, my particular opinion is we're going to go to a full RFP and make sure that we select the right core banking provider for our business.
Rod Jensen. Mr. Marcel, I was impressed with your background, 15 years of fixing disparate systems. Wow. So my question evolves to, now you're going to build a bank. Who's going to be testing your systems to make sure they're working, and what's the testing program as you build this new, exciting, cutting-edge technology?
As Mr. Jensen, that is an amazing question. I love it. Being I guess a tester at heart, everybody on our team is going to have to test. Everybody on our management team is going to have to know the application soup to nuts, because if you don't know it, you're not going to be able to sell it, you're not going to be able to work it. So initially, we'll have our group do some testing. I do have an extensive network over the 15 years of doing banking, but moreover, the 27-ish years that I've been working in the professional area, I know a lot of testers. I know a lot of people that know banking way better than I do. Therefore, I've already reached out to a few certain folks that will be what I would call like beta testers. And as Mr. Parsons mentioned, we are going to be quite selective and take probably 6 to 7 different pilot groups, and those will be our test cases. And we'll extensively go through every aspect of every piece of every document and test it. As I mentioned, my background's in PMO, project management, program management, testing, and Mr. Parsons, one thing that he had mentioned when he was my manager is that he's like a librarian. He never forgets anything, and we will make sure that we have extensive user testing items, as well as different beta customers that will be testing the applications. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, yes. And this is just a personal question I got to know. So is your blockchain open source or closed source, and how do you verify the blockchain?
I'll leave that for executive session.
Questions from the director? It looks like there's no further questions. Any redirect, Mr. Kaufman?
None, thank you.
Thank you for testifying, sir.
Thank you.
And is Mr. Reason next, Mr. Kaufman?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Corey Reason.
Yeah, thank you. Could you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reason. If you could please introduce yourself to the board and give a little bit about your background and experience.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Gladly, I'm sure a group of bankers love to hear from their compliance officer. I look forward to informing everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Banking Board. My name is Corey Reason. I'm a resident of Indiana. I attended Ball State University and have a degree in business administration. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for Commercium Bank. Who am I? I have 15 years of compliance experience locally in regional, super regional, and international experience. My last 3 were in the jurisdiction of Bermuda. I've previously regulatory approved officer in multiple countries. I'm a frequent speaker and panelist and writer on international compliance issues and U.S. compliance issues. And before I go into my experience, I thought it was important to raise with the committee my philosophical views on compliance. From a responsibilities perspective, I have to own the compliance risk for Commercium, and I am the charged executive with that responsibility. But ultimately, every officer, director, and employee of the bank has a responsibility and duty as part of their job description to maintain compliance for the organization. Secondarily, prudential compliance management is a symbiotic relationship. I don't believe it should be a one-way communication or a one-way street with our regulator. It should be building together. There are components of this operation that Commercium is going to do that are built on traditional banking models. There are also pieces that are going to be new. As we go into new pieces from a compliance perspective, I think it's only prudent to have those ongoing conversations with our regulator and make sure that we work together. With that, I'll go into my background. So I focused on kind of the last 10 years. I thought that was the most relevant. So I started at HSBC. I'm sure you guys are sensing a trend at this point. I started in the correspondent banking space from a compliance perspective. I managed a team of investigators. We looked at our affiliates, so other HSBC entities and third-party correspondents, both multinational or financial institutions. I did everything supervising that team, from reviewing suspicious activity reports to providing coaching and guidance on what we should be looking at in the alert transaction system. Approximately 2 months into that role, I was asked to join the Latin America International Center Look Back as part of one of the consent orders that HSBC had received. That was involving Central and South America primarily, transactions that the system previously didn't catch, but when they reran it under a new model, we looked to see if there was anything that would be useful to take a look at. After the successful conclusion of that review, I was promoted and asked to join the Financial Intelligence Unit and establish the business liaison role. This position was an enhancement to the U.S. iteration of the FIU during the Deferred Prosecution Agreement. In that role, I served as a single point of contact on intelligence matters with global peer banks, group headquarters, global lines of business, affiliate banks from a U.S. dollar perspective. I visited affiliate locations, provided guidance on AML issues ranging impacting HBUS, along with discussing emerging risks with those peer banks and understand ways to work together on common financial crime problems within the financial industry. I served as a special projects manager to the AML director, overseeing a wind down and knowledge transfer from one location to another operational center, and managed 2 lookbacks during that time, to which we saw from concept all the way to writing the final report, all of which was executed ahead of schedule. My next role was I was vice president and director within the FCC department. I was the primary lead for the Monitor Liaison Office. This was a function set up under the Deferred Prosecution Agreement to be the liaison team between the government and the bank. So as part of that, I oversaw the development and build out of a rapid response KYC team for any requests emanating from the monitor. I performed mock interviews with the bank executives to understand what that process would look like, many of whom had never gone through a process such before. I was an advisor to the executive officer for Financial Crimes US, involving regulator visit preparation, review of the remediation efforts, and oversight of the exam management team. I was then assigned to Turkey as an executive officer for financial crime in Istanbul, ahead of the planned sale that the group had decided to do. During this time, my first order of business was to study transaction volumes at various branches across Turkey versus suspicious activity report levels, and we found a disconnect. 2 of the busiest branches in Ankara and Istanbul that should have had a large number of reports didn't correlate with the number of cash volume that was coming in from 4 border branches 2 miles away from Syria. I was asked if I could take a look further into that. We ended up taking a day trip to the border, going through the branches and determining that the activity was not normalized, at which time I wrote the report to the board asking for all 4 branches to be closed. I left Turkey after approximately 6 months. I had a 2-day break before I was sent to Mexico City. I served as a subject matter expert for the group and Mexico on regulator-required de-risking exercises in Mexico. This was an end-to-end review of customers, processes, and people. We did strategic review of some of the branch operations, some of the cash management systems, and the execution activity resolved from closing branches to removing staff to stopping some product offerings, all in an effort to de-risk and bring ourselves back within risk appetite that was acceptable to the regulator both in Mexico and in the UK. I left Mexico City and went to Bermuda for my first time. I was a subject matter expert assisting the country head of FCC in all aspects, so transaction monitoring, KYC, ongoing monitoring, suspicious activity reporting, etc. In that capacity, I served on their risk committee, assisting the team, kind of bringing new ideas, things that they may have not understood or had not been brought over yet from a top-down perspective at the group. I reviewed all their AML procedures and wrote the instruction manuals for the teams for the local team. Acted as the delegate for the country head whenever he was out of office. I served on a working group to implement their tactical credit card monitoring. Previously, it had been a very manual process. I'm sure some of you are aware, going through those process files, the green sheets of paper and reviewing for suspicious activity, it's not very effective. You need the systems to support it. I served as a resource to the AML investigations team in country and provided guidance and suggestions for high-risk customers and how to handle those and whether they needed to go through enhanced due diligence should they be perhaps exited. I managed the development and enhancement of the MI system locally, and creating a single repository that could be accessed by any member of management. Assisted the country head of AML in the deployment of our AML embedding plan. That was a component of the deferred prosecution agreement. There were a number of key deliverables that had to be rolled out from a global level, a regional level, and then the local level. So this was the implementation at Bermuda's review. And I assisted the country head of FCC and group headquarter colleagues in the review challenge, and clarification of the independent monitor's report when they visited Bermuda. My last role at HSBC was Vice President Financial Crime Remediation Expert. I served as a subject matter expert on a matter requiring immediate attention from the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. For HSBC North America. It was under their affiliate program and how they were conducting intragroup KYC. And so I reported directly into the Affiliate Risk Forum, which was a subcommittee of the board, and the US CEO. I reviewed and managed the intergroup credit decisions under Reg W for Asia Pacific affiliates in this role as well. And I chaired the affiliate clearinghouse, which made all operational decisions for the 26 countries that were included in the MRIA review. My most recent role, Senior Vice President, Head of Compliance and Money Laundering Reporting Officer for Clarion Group in Bermuda. Just for clarity to the board, MLRO may not be a common designation in the US, it's the equivalent of BSA officer. So I had overall responsibility for compliance on a financial crime and regulatory matters, oversight and execution responsibility for organizational redesign for compliance. I had to develop the plan, create a compliance center of excellence offshore, including regulatory approval, implementation, and establishing the business as usual operation. Compliance oversight of a number of codenamed projects involving regulatory approval, strategy, and execution as it related to our M&A activity. Oversight of global financial crime assurance by working with our business line and internal audit to ensure consistent and effective application of and adherence to our financial crime framework. Provide advice and guidance on typologies and emerging risks in the AML ATF, sanctions, fraud, and other financial crime space. Served as the primary interface between the bank, the Bermuda Police Service, the Financial Intelligence Agency, and the regulator, the Bermuda Monetary Authority. Oversight of transaction monitoring to ensure that the bank meets its regulatory obligations in identifying and reporting suspicious activity. Management review and overall sign-off on any potential economic or trade sanction issues, including clearing potential matches. Provide oversight for the Clarion Group's AML business risk assessment process. Former member and chair of the Bermuda Bankers Association Subcommittee on Financial Crime. Former member of the EID initiative in Bermuda, which is a public-private partnership seeking to bring digital identification platform to Bermuda. And led one of the bank teams for the preparation and interview process during their CFATF review. So FATF is the Financial Crime Action Task Force that kind of monitors things globally. There are 9 regional bodies, one of which is CFATF. CFATF is the Caribbean iteration. As part of that, they do an annual review of what they call mutual evaluations. Bermuda was selected while I was there, and I had the honor of leading one of the teams through that, which perhaps prepped me a bit for this. I feel very similar-minded. And kind of closing here, my most recent role at Clarion provided the skills as a CCO, I believe, to come to Commercium. It gave me 3 years seeing the end-to-end process, regulatory and financial crime. Additionally, I did think it was worth noting, I'm sure all of the members know, but Bermuda and Wyoming have signed a memorandum of understanding around digital assets. So there are only 4 banks in Bermuda. Clarion is perhaps the most forward-thinking in its its fintech philosophy. So I had a lot of dealings both with the clients being onboarded and the regulator in Bermuda. It was quite pleasantly surprised to see that there had been the memorandum signed with Wyoming. So I think in summary, I'm looking forward to bringing my 15 years of compliance experience across all components of compliance to Commercium, ensuring that we are a safe and responsible market participant under SPDI and the greater Wyoming financial system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reason. And early in your testimony, you gave kind of an overview of your philosophy of how you approach being Chief Compliance Officer. Can you a little bit more specifically talk about how your role at Commercium is going to look and what your responsibilities will be specifically?
Absolutely, Mr. Kaufman. So as I alluded to earlier, my job is to have the overall responsibility for compliance. So to quote a famous politician, the buck stops here. I have to be the one that makes sure that the bank is safe and sound. But again, the onus is it's built into everybody's job description. So I will work with the rest of the executive team, and one of the things that attracted me to come to Commercium is that I don't have to sell my executive team on compliance being at the forefront of our business model. It's baked in from the beginning, and everybody has a pretty deep background in it already. Also, I'm not that good looking in orange or whatever color the jumpsuits are here in Wyoming. So, I've worked with the team closely on that. But, it's my job to make sure that our people, processes, and technology all work to support the compliance function.
Can you talk a little bit about Commercium's approach to its internal policies, how those have been developed?
Absolutely. And I actually made the note and missed it. So within Exhibit 22, I'm sure, light reading here under the AML policy, the whole AML function was built under the 5 pillars of the BSA Act. So we have internal controls, independent testing, a named BSA officer, training regime, and customer due diligence. And that is the 5 underpinning objects that our policy will be used to guide the bank.
And with these policies in place, how, in your estimation, how executable is Commercium's business plan, given your approach and your philosophy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kaufman. I actually view the formation of our policies and procedures to be a key component to our ability to execute. I think they were written and drafted with the business enablement mindset. You probably don't hear this often from a CCO, but I view my job as the ability to be a business enabler. My goal is to keep out bad actors. My job is to help protect the ecosystem where we're operating. If we're doing that effectively, we're not only helping Commercium, but we're helping the state of Wyoming. We're bringing the kinds of people and the kind of business that the state would like to see, and everything was designed with that in mind.
Can you maybe share with the board from your perspective what you view are some of the biggest risks for Commercium?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. I think people risk, and I mean this in the sense of you can design the best policies, procedures, and systems, but there's still at some point in that process is a human being. So as I met with the team earlier this week, I discussed that I think we've got a very tight program that will stop most, if not close to all issues. But the best part is they're also designed with preventative measures, the first part, and detective measures in the second part. And the second part is probably more important because it's what stops it from being a minor issue into creating a major issue. So I think that's probably the biggest risk is people.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, those are all of my direct exam questions.
Any questions from the board members appearing electronically? Mr. Grady or Mr. Sorensen?
Not at this time, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, So one question, on page 111 of the business plan, you made, at the last paragraph, you probably made the most honest statement I've ever read in my life. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm going to probably have to pull it up again.
Pull it up. I mean, it is worth reading. It says basically you admit that nothing's 100% perfect. There may be errors. And then you further discuss chain analysis. Do you really believe chain analysis provides the tools to, I think that's your second part of your compliance is the testing. Do you think chain analysis is strong enough to identify blockchain?
So if I could address the first piece. So yes, I think that anybody who would come here and try to tell you you can manage risk 100%, there is only one solution to do that. If I'm allowed to throw chains around the front door and nobody's allowed to bank there, that is the only safe bank in the world. It's also the least profitable. It's all about risk management and taking a risk-based approach. For the second piece, I would prefer, if possible, to discuss Chainalysis in executive session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like there's no further questions from the board. Any redirect, Mr. Kaufman?
None for me, thank you.
Thank you for testifying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, just for road mapping purposes, we're running slightly ahead of schedule. So we're happy to do another witness or two. I just want to maybe get a sense of when the board would like to break for lunch.
My preference would be to keep going.
It's up to the chair. I think we're done with all the executives. I would suggest that we hear from is the chairman of the board going to testify next, Mr. Terry?
That is our next witness.
Sure. So how many more do we have? Roughly?
Four board directors.
Okay. And is that something we can do in an hour, or is that going to be longer than that, do you think?
That's a good question. Probably a little longer than that, but.
Okay. Would you like to take a break right now?
do we need a vote on a break, or should we just take a break?
Would you like a short break? Okay, let's do a short break, please. 10 minutes.
10 minutes, and then we'll try and get through the directors and break for lunch. Is that acceptable?
That'd be
for the
great.
chair?
And then
Okay.
executive session after lunch? Or?
The banking commission will present his case
Okay.
after lunch, and then executive session. Is that
Yeah,
acceptable?
and if it goes faster than that, then maybe we stay on. We'll see. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay, we're in recess.
Thank you.
I did, yeah. You just want to, if we can push through.
I'd rather just, because you go to lunch and you come back for 30 minutes, and I'd rather, if it's okay.
I really think we can do these last four in
Okay, and I don't want to rush you guys.
It's all right, but I think we can do the last four in an hour or so pending questions. And then after that, turn over to them. And I've been keeping track of the executive session questions, so we can rifle through those fairly quickly.
I mean, those are the ones that probably do the most good.
I think I have some peanuts in my briefcase.
Everybody gets one peanut and the rest.
Yeah, I can see the little bag, you go around 1 nut a piece.
Right?
Everybody's good to power through? Sounds like
Understanding winning is what.
Okay, we are back on the record in Commercium Bank versus the Department of Audit Banking Division. The time is now 11:27 in the morning, and we have Mr. Louis Terhar, am I pronouncing that right? Thank you. Here to testify now. Mr. Terhar, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kaufman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Terhar, if you could please introduce yourself to the board and give a little bit about your background and experience.
My pleasure, thank you. Mr. Hearing Officer, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, before I introduce myself, I would like to make one point, if I may. There was a discussion before about Ohio and coming from Ohio, et cetera. Actually, only one of the guys is coming from Ohio, unless we've annexed Wales and Chicago. But the real issue I think that has to come across is I don't think you realize how far ahead your division of banking and the whole legal system when it comes to these things is of the rest of the states. So waiting for Ohio to do this would be like waiting for the second coming, and we don't have time for that. And the other piece, just so you know, the other states that are in the process of doing this, next state is probably Illinois, but Florida and Texas are also moving. And the only reason I know that is I was the chair of all the state chairs for ALEC, which is a conservative state legislators organization, and I still stay in contact, and I know those folks are working on it, but they're not where you are. And for us, first mover advantage is critical, and this is the place, and we are not a branch model, and that's why God made the internet, so we don't have to worry about branches or where things come from. In fact, just as an aside, just to give you an idea of how these things are going, we've been contacted by 2 large operations who would like to talk about doing business, primarily because they think they can dramatically expand their consumer base, because one of them now does their banking in Malta and the other one does their banking in Liechtenstein. Does that give you a warm glow of confidence? So I wanted to thank you for what you have in the state and hope you appreciate how well this system works here and how terrific the folks at the Division of Banking are to work with. They are incredibly helpful people, and we appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Quickly about me, my name is Lou Terhar, T-E-R-H-A-R. My background very quickly is I was born and raised in Cincinnati. I'm the oldest of 9 kids. My dad was a carpenter. My mom was a teacher who stopped teaching to have kids and taught us that education was the critical thing for you to be able to move forward. And taking that to heart, I have a BS from the United States Naval Academy. I have an MBA from Syracuse in finance and currency arbitrage, and I have an MLA from Harvard in government. So I took my mom's advice and I tried to get a decent education, and it has let me have an interesting business life. So I graduated from the academy, spent 6.5 years active duty in the Navy. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I got my MBA while I was still in the Navy, left the Navy, at least active duty. I stayed in the reserve. and went to work for W.R. Grace, which is a big international specialty chemical business out of New York. Went from W.R. Grace to the Emhart Corporation, started there in the chemical headquarters here in the U.S. as vice president, and then went to Europe as the director of European operations, eventually of both Black & Decker and Emhart, and my lovely wife and 4 kids. Ended up staying in Britain most of the time, and I was running all over the continent because I had 14 operations there. I learned a lot from that about different cultures, how to treat people, how to get people to do things that they don't know they're in their best interest, but they are, and get those things to move. I came back to the States, and as a VP of operations for a large trading, processing, and private transportation company in the U.S. We're the largest supplier to the steel industry in North America. I was there for about 13 months, and then they were owned by a Dutch holding company. I went to work in Holland. I was supposed to be there for a year. I was in Holland for 3 weeks. The Berlin Wall came down, and I was one of 4 people who spent the next 9 months in what we used to call Eastern Central Europe, or Eastern Europe, buying things for in the gas business and mass retailing to be able to have those things move in to what was still Eastern Europe, and the Russian troops were still in East Germany. It was an interesting time. I came back from that, went to work for the Joseph Company. They sent me to learn a lot of things in a short period of time. When I went back, maybe the COO, and then I was the CEO 6 months later. Joseph at that point was about a $400 million business. We grew it to about $4 billion. Today it is a $16 billion division of Nucor Steel, the biggest division of Nucor. To give you an idea of why it's fun to work in businesses like that, the Joseph family who had owned it sold it to the Dutch in 1975 for $25 million, and Nucor bought it in 2007 for $1.5 billion new debt. So that's my first piece of my background. I went from there to Indian Motorcycle on the West Coast, was president and CEO of Indian. Had a wonderful time, although that's an interesting business, and I can tell you stories about that, but not on the record. It was owned by a private equity group, and so I learned a few things about private equity while I was doing that. Went from Indian and was asked to be the president and CEO of the largest joint venture of Alcoa, Aluminum Corporation of America, and BHP Billiton of Australia. President and CEO there. Went through the whole operation, Muscatum and ARPS and everything else to take it public on the New York. And 6 days before we went public, we were bought out by Ryerson for an all-cash offer. So I called my wife and said, we're not going to do this again. So I came back and started my own consulting practice, Strategic Planning Advisors. At the same time, I had been teaching grad school at Xavier University in the Executive MBA program. I taught the capstone course, which I now have done for 22 years. And I found that very useful, I had clients and I could use even more of the things that I'd found to bring to my students when I was teaching. I was happy doing that until 2010 when my wife decided, who was a former teacher, that kids in Ohio were not getting a fair shake in public schools, and she ran for the State Board of Education, which in Ohio is a separate entity. It's not in any of the branches. It stands alone in the Constitution. So she ran and won in, and I don't even know how many people are in Wyoming, but the district she had to run in was 1.1 million people. She goes as a brand new person on the board in January, and in March she's elected president of the board. And suddenly somebody who was supposed to be gone 2 days a month was gone all the time. So I decided it was time to fold up the rest of the consulting practice, and I was appointed to the Ohio legislature in Columbus and into the House. While I was in the House, I was the chairman of Financial Institutions Committee, and with Mr. Deaver, we wrote, especially when I went to the Senate, because I was also in that committee, we wrote about 60% of the laws that had pertained to all financial institutions operations in Ohio, because they were not up to speed. I was also the vice chairman of the Workforce Development Committee in the House. I ran 2 times in the House, was reelected, and then was elected to the Senate. Went to the Senate, I was the chairman of Ways and Means. I was on the Finance Committee, and I was the chair of the Finance Subcommittee for K through 12 education, which was the biggest hunk of our budget. and I was also the vice chairman of the Education Committee. And I learned a lot of things going through that. One of them was, when it's time to retire, it's time to retire, and which I did. When this opportunity for Commercium came up, I decided it would be a great opportunity, and I was asked, voted by my board members to be the chairman of the board, and have served in that capacity since last December.
Thank you, Mr. Terhar, for that overview and background. In your prospective position as chairman of the board of Commercium, can you give the board sort of an overview of the internal corporate governance structure for Commercium?
My pleasure. And first, I'd like to say that the whole tone for, that it's always wise to make sure that there are limits and checks and balances on things so nothing gets crazy on you. There's the compensation committee, and I am currently the chair of that, mostly because I was on the board of a New York Stock Exchange company for 6 years, Pike Electric, which was a semi-regulated company. And I was the chair of the compensation committee for 2 terms through Dodd-Frank, which was an exciting time. So in that committee, I have the CEO as a resource. The committee members must be independent directors. There are 3. We have the oversight of the shares in Commercium as they stand currently are 20 million A shares, which are founder shares, 10 million B shares, which are employee enhancement and compensation shares, and 70 million shares for the normal investment from outside members. Board has the opportunity and the ability to move between shares for employee compensation should that pool ever get too short. We also have a digital assets and IT committee, and Mr. Kane is the chairman of that committee. It has 3 directors. Policies and procedures depend on operations and software decisions, and you heard some of that from the officer's testimony as to where that is and what we'll do. All that, the final decisions on the RFPs will be confirmed by this committee before the software decisions are finally made. And then finally, the Nominating and Governance Committee, which has a whole range of things. It is chaired by John Eklund, who I trust implicitly because he sat next to me in the Ohio Senate for 3 years and he's a superb lawyer. They approve CEO candidates for board consideration. They vet all the direct reports to the CEO should those change. They are solely responsible for ensuring the code of ethics and business conduct is not only goes through the administrative process of making sure people sign it every year and do those things, but we actually do what we say we're going to do. It defines the roles of the board. It reviews all HR policies, and it monitors board relationships with management so that the board does the board's job, management does management's job, and if we are starting to have any conflict in that area, the chairman of this committee is to speak to the board members and tell them we have a problem. In general, I think the tone set by the board thus far, it has been an interesting experience to help put this business together, have folks from as far away as the UK and Bermuda and Chicago and board members that are spread out a bit during COVID. Because a lot of the things, and I'm sorry that Neil Parsons isn't here, we actually went to Senator Portman's office and tried to get him a special visa, which we'd hoped would happen, but didn't. But I believe that all of the things that are involved in this area, we are doing our best to ensure that we are best practice is the baseline, not the final goal.
Thank you, Mr. Terhar. Can you give the board a little bit of an overview of how the board has been working with the management team through both the planning and development phase, but also will work with the management team through startup?
Yes, sir. I believe there has to be a distinct break between the roles of what the board does and what management does, and the board's job is to oversight of management, and that's why the CEO is on the board. The board's job is to ask for information and get it. The CEO's job is to ensure that if there is anything that he's concerned about that does not stay in compliance with the committee charters as set out above, that immediately comes to the board's attention. It's not the board's job to run the business, the operational day-to-day business. It is the board's job to maintain the governance of the operation.
And can you talk a little bit about how the role of you as chairman will evolve as Commercium launches and becomes operational?
Yeah, my role as the chair will be still obviously primarily the board role of the board chair, but I also will be assisting the CEO and others in obtaining business and looking at new types of business to determine what to do. I think it was said succinctly by Mr. Deaver in his testimony that we will do first asset and digitize assets, and we will become expert at that. We will find out what we need to do. Our business model honestly does not depend on how much we charge for each operation. It depends on velocity and volume. And therefore, the more that we bring to the bank, the more that it moves, the more the fee volume, the fee income increases. As you know, we can't lend money anyway, so it makes it easy. We don't have to do that. But we do have to ensure that we are, all of us, including the board and I as chair, are keeping an eye on the strategy of the business as it moves forward. And that truly is the board's job, assuming we are granted our license.
And finally, Mr. Terhar, my last question is, can you talk a little bit about the board and specifically you as the chairman's involvement in developing internal policies, but also managing those internal policies for things like board conflicts or, working with outside advisors?
We have been intimately involved, and in the last 6 months, the book back there, we've all read that before it ever got to you and add our inputs. I am looking forward to continuing that, but preferably not at the pace we had to do to get what we have here for you to get a charter. But it's critical that we make sure we stay up to speed on all the things and what best practice is. If we need to change something, we need to have the board discuss that immediately. And one of the things we've learned in the digital world, as opposed to being in more traditional companies, which I spent most of my life in, is it moves faster. You can't have the luxury of deciding you'll worry about it next week or next month. We have to worry about it today. And I think one of the things of being the first mover, which this charter would allow us to do, is it will allow us to be aggressive in what we do and how we do it, but prudent in the choices that we make.
Thank you, Mr. Terhar. That's all the direct questions I have.
Questions from the board?
Mr. France? My question is, Pete Lawton. First of all, very impressive. If you don't want to be on this board, I can probably have a conversation with you. But what would be difficult for me, and you made a comment, which I totally agree, the board shouldn't be running the bank. I get that. But understanding the technology, how important is that as a board member to help, make some of those global decisions?
Because we are a digital bank, it's critically important. And in fact, you will meet two of the board members, Messrs. Kane and Slater, who are very much deeper into this and who we trust implicitly to give us the best advice at the board level. And they were two of the first members on the board. Because knowing what our vulnerabilities are, what our opportunities are, and how we move forward in a digital world is what we're all about. If we don't do that well, somebody's going to take away our lunch.
Director of the Department of Audit might have a question.
Right. As a point of personal privilege, I just want to say it's a pleasure to meet another fellow United States Naval Academy graduate. So go Navy, beat Army, and maybe Air Force too. Sorry, Mr. Slater.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, my wife and I, my classmates, we have an interesting class. So there are 12 of us in my class with the spouses, and 10 of us are still married to the girls that we dated at the academy. We have our own suite at Navy football, so you will see us go crazy like 25 if you just show up at
So
Navy
you 70
football.
grads are a lot wilder than the 80 grads, is what you're saying.
Yeah, Vietnam was a great experience. It taught me it was time to get in the Navy.
And I'm still married to the one I dated at the academy too. So
Congratulations,
anyway,
sir.
Congratulations.
That is either congratulations to you and condolences to her. Yeah. I say that about mine all the time. Condolences to my wife.
Thank you for that. If you can talk about it now in the open session, what's your biggest concern about this whole thing?
I will stay at a high level, and my biggest concern is that we need to move rapidly and take advantage of that first mover position. If we have that in this digitized space, especially for the assets, which I think we're going to discuss in executive session, so I'll stay away from that. I believe that we can do this extremely well, and this is something, one of the joys of being in the United States is, believe it or not, people trust our financial system. Sometimes you wonder, I understand, but I think that my example of the folks who contacted us who are currently doing their banking in Malta and Liechtenstein, they think Wyoming's a wonderful idea. So for me, it's doing that right, doing it well, doing the first thing, which is digitizing assets and taking as much of that as we can, learn from it, and then not product. And part of that is why the board and management have to work together all the time, because honestly, the folks in management are, I hope you were impressed with our management team. I am. I think these guys are dynamite. And we sit down and they talk, and it's just, you have to be a sponge because it just keeps coming. But the information that comes is highly informative, and they are highly informed people.
Thank you.
It looks like the questioning from the board has concluded. Any redirect, Mr. Kaufman?
None, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You're released, sir. Thank you very much. Should we march on ahead, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
This is Mr. Robert Slater.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this proceeding under penalty of perjury? I do. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Kaufman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Slater, if you could please introduce yourself to the board and give us an overview of your background and experience.
Sure. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Banking Board, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Rob Slater. I'm originally from South Carolina and received my degree in electrical engineering from Clemson University. After graduation, I commissioned into the United States Air Force, where I was active duty for 5.5 years. Much of my time was in the Air Force Research Lab, serving as a research and development officer. My role was as a systems engineer, where I built teams and developed programs to take next generation sensor technologies from concept to a fully integrated and fielded system. I continued my service in the Ohio Air National Guard as the Director of Operations for the 200th Red Horse. It's the Air Force's Combat Engineering Unit. I currently serve in the Air Force Reserves as a major in the Air Force Research Lab Small Business Office. My job there is to accelerate technology development and strengthen those relationships with the Air Force and small businesses across the United States. I am also supporting the Air Force's digital transformation teams at the Air Force Research Lab and Air Force Material Command level. There, we're building processes and procedures to ensure cyber integrity of flight critical mission systems. Even outside of the military, I have been in and around new technology development companies pretty much my whole life. My background is in RF engineering, spanning both electromagnetic and cyber warfare. I was an application engineer at Itron, which is a smart grid metering company. I was a communications engineer for drone sensing and networking technologies at Selectech. I then moved back into the civilian service at Air Force Lifecycle Management Center, where I was the antenna engineer responsible for the design and integration of the Air Force's stealth bombers antenna modernization program. Finally, I went back to my home in the Air Force Research Lab. I was a program manager and program engineer for an $80 million next generation flight system. As an additional duty, I helped create 2 programs to connect entrepreneurs and Air Force technology to support economic development initiatives in Ohio and the US. Around that time, I finished my master's in engineering, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and then I left the Air Force as a civilian in 2016 to pursue my own entrepreneurial endeavors. I was the co-founder of Slick Labs, which is a prototype development company specifically in remote sensing and data aggregation for AI and ML applications. I'm also the co-founder of 10XTS, which is an enterprise blockchain software platform developed specifically with governance and regulatory considerations in mind. And finally, I'm also the co-founder of Charge and Charlie Construction, which is a veteran-led construction company hiring vets with the goal of training the next generation of trades professionals. And in my free time, I am a volunteer mentor for veteran entrepreneurs through a program called Bunker Labs. I currently serve on the board of directors, and while I work with the CFO for audit and risk activities, I am also leveraging my expertise in new technology development to support activities to ensure Commercium delivers operationally effective and compliant technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slater. Could you maybe talk a little bit about, in your role as a director, prospective director for Commercium, how you've kind of evaluated the overall system, IT infrastructure, and cybersecurity components of Commercium?
Sure. So as a director, I'm leveraging my experience from the technology development side of things. Cyber is obviously a big piece of that, but I'm looking to this team to make sure that I am providing the guidance to ensure that we have that compliance built in, as Mr. Reason had mentioned earlier, and some of the testimony that Mr. Marcel gave. So I will be relying a lot on Tim, Neil, and the tech team there to deliver products and services that meet our cybersecurity standard, which is outlined in the 4.7.6 exhibit.
Excellent. And can you maybe give a sort of a high-level overview of Commercium's infrastructure and how it's going to work?
From a cyber perspective?
Correct.
Cybersecurity. So I think, Mr. Reason actually gave a great look at the way we're going to approach cyber. When we look at cyber, it's really risk mitigation. And then the team here is going to then look at these risks on a regular basis and then make that as part of our product development cycle. And it's not only a Commercium look that we're doing, it's also the vendors that take part of the whole Commercium ecosystem.
And you brought up a good point about risk mitigation. Can you talk a little bit about, and you've heard me ask this question of others, what in your minds are some of the biggest risks from a cybersecurity standpoint?
So I forget who said it earlier, but in any cyber system, cyber physical system, as we see in the news and everything, there's the human element is typically your weakest link. And those are always some of my major concerns. Some of those things are mitigated by annual training. I'm sure everyone here is part of an annual training program that they have to go through. That's a piece of it. The other pieces that concern me, and with any system that you bring together, is connecting disparate systems and making sure that those links are secure.
And my last question is, could you discuss a little bit in your role as a director what your involvement will be with respect to the policies and procedures developed by Commercium to make sure that they're implemented and properly executed?
Sure. So again, like Mr. Terhar mentioned, my role here is to make sure that I'm providing guidance based on my experience. And so working specifically with Neil, Tim, and Trent and John together, making sure that we are adhering to these policies, best practices, and then sort of the industry standards for cybersecurity.
Excellent. No further questions for me.
Questions from the board?
Hi, Rod Jensen, I just have one. Mr. Slater, as a director and also as the co-founder and chief operating officer of 10XTS, will you discuss, 10XTS is a leading vendor. Will you discuss your role as a director being part of 10XTS and being part of Commercium?
Sure.
If we could we save that full response for executive session? Great, thank you.
Director Reif, did you have a question?
Thank you. Along those lines, would it be okay to ask about 10XTS just in general as to what that what that is and just describe it a little bit here in the open
Absolutely.
session? If you could do that, Mr. Slater.
Sure. So 10XTS was founded a little over 4 years ago, and the concept was to develop a blockchain system that met all regulatory and compliant measures. We felt that that was going to be the really the key in bringing blockchain into the American lexicon. Really, was we weren't out there trying to do, you know, the crazy stuff that you see out there. Like, our intent the whole time, which has taken us a long time to get to this point, but was to build a system that could be used and maintain that regulatory compliance system for this specific application and others like this. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you for your service too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for testifying, sir. I think that's all the questions, unless there's any redirect.
None, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're released for the time being. Thank you. And Mr. Kaufman, just so we have it for the record, I think we might be able to take a late lunch at this point and just push on through the testimony, if that's okay with the attorneys.
We have two remaining witnesses. This is John Eklund, and then we have David Kane, and those will be all of our witnesses.
Sure, very well.
Just as long as I make it clear, we're not trying to cut your time short, so we'll listen to you if you want to extend it.
That's okay. I think we can do these two witnesses, no problem.
Thank you.
If anyone gets hungry or hangry, just let us know.
Mr. Rive?
Could you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Eklund, if you could please introduce yourself to the bank board and give a little bit about your background and experience.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Eklund. I live in Geauga County, Ohio, about 40 miles east of the city of Cleveland, where my wife, with whom I'll be celebrating our, if I count them right, 48th anniversary this year, but that counts from our first date, which was when we were in high school. So it's been a continuous run. But my wife and I raised two daughters there, and those two youngsters, I keep thinking of them, are now out of the house, employed, insured, and have blessed us with 7 beautiful grandchildren, including 2 sets of grand twins. So it's a very exciting time for us. I got my Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and History in 1977 from a little school in New York called Union College in Schenectady, New York. I earned my law degree in 1980 from Washington and Lee University School of Law in Lexington, Virginia. We were both from New York, and it was from Lexington, Virginia that we went to Northeast Ohio to pursue what we thought at the time was a good professional opportunity for me, nice part of the world, and confident that if we didn't like it there, we could pick up and be gone like a couple of wild geese in winter because we had no family there, no ties whatsoever. But it's worked out very, very well. I am a lawyer. I've practiced with the firm of Calfee, Halter, and Griswold, which is a Cleveland-based, Ohio-based law firm. I started there as a summer clerk in 1979. And so if anyone's counting, that's about 42 years in the same place. My practice evolved to be what I would call a business litigator with substantive expertise in antitrust law. Now, I won't describe all the cases that I've worked on or the issues that I've dealt with in that capacity. But rather, I'd rather try to give you a general sense of what does it mean to be a business litigator with substantive expertise
in antitrust law. On the litigation side, and it doesn't matter whether it's an antitrust case, a trade secret case, a breach of contract case, I've come to understand and believe that it's really as complicated as those things can be, as contentious as those things can be, as difficult as those things can be. It really comes down to some very simple things that a lawyer does on the litigation side. You are a digger for facts. Facts. What are the facts? And of course, in every contested case, even a simple traffic case, the light was red. No, I say the light was green. But they're determining what are the real facts associated with a particular dispute. And then understanding, in the business litigation context, the business objectives of your client, right? Because to them, litigation is just on the wrong side of the income statement, right? It's expensive, it's time consuming, but they're all driven by a business strategy. And understanding that and getting clients to open up and to really share it with somebody, particularly somebody who's maybe not nearly as familiar with their business as they are, is a real challenge. But it's terribly, terribly important for you to be able to do that in order to bring effective counsel to bear on a litigation matter. To boot, because remember, in every case, there are two sides. There's probably a business on the other side too. It's critically important to try to understand their business objectives and what are they trying to get at, because that helps one to determine basically strategy, right? Because you know what you try to know what the other side is thinking, not just legally, but from a business perspective. That's the most important things. And armed with that information, what I do is I bring to bear a measure of judgment about certain things, judgment about the credibility of witnesses, judgment about, of course, the likelihood of success on the merits from a legal standpoint, and certainly to help the client understand and manage their risk tolerance. Very, very infrequently in the law, in any kind of a litigated matter, is it a matter of you did wrong, pay, or you did wrong, you're going to jail. Rather, it's a question of trying to blend the lawyer's expertise and the lawyer's judgment to inform the business people's decision-making and their management of their risk tolerances. That requires, I believe, an extraordinary level of candor between the lawyer and the client, and where that candor is missing, it's the lawyer's job to build it and to make sure that it's in place. And that includes the need from time to time to be able to speak truth to power. And when you're dealing with some of the clients and matters that I've dealt with over the course of time, you learn very quickly to be able to do that appropriately, shall we say. It also requires, I think, I know, unquestioned and deep fidelity to the interests of your client. Now, I'm not going to get into legal issues about does that mean a fiduciary responsibility or what a fiduciary duty is, but it's like that, at least, which is sole concern for and pursuit of the client's interests. And at the same time, making sure that their interests are aligned with the law. On the counseling side of my practice, which has largely been in antitrust matters, it's really very much the same thing, except you don't have a lawsuit to deal with. You have two parties who are trying to negotiate a transaction, or you have two companies that are trying to merge, or one's trying to buy the other, And one has to employ those same skill sets, has seemed to me, in being able to counsel a client through those types of things. Oftentimes on the counseling side, though, in the antitrust world, in the back of everybody's mind is the fact that the antitrust laws in America are very complicated. It is a field of law that is highly regulated, both on the federal and the state level. There are people who work for the government in this area whose job is to put people in prison, and there are tremendous consequences to that. And the civil litigation that ensues if a misstep is taken during the counseling process, those lawsuits are gargantuan damages cases, largely because the law provides on the federal level that whatever damages a defendant is liable for, the award is 3 times those damages, plus the winning party's attorney's fees. So it's high-risk stuff and requires those same, as I say, thoughts and practices to do it successfully, as does the litigation. Over the years, I have been and remain listed in a publication called The Best Lawyers in America for Antitrust Law. I've been identified and listed as an Ohio super lawyer in antitrust law and antitrust litigation. And I say that to you not out of any great sense of pride, but rather to try to perhaps reflect to you how seriously I've taken the responsibilities that I've had, that I've tried to just describe to you over the course of time. In 2011, there was a vacancy in the state Senate in the district I live in, and at the cajoling of some friends of mine, I applied for the job. I had no expectations to be appointed to the Senate. I had never run for anything, at least not since class president. No, it was either fraternity council president in college, I think. So I had never run for anything, never sought office, but okay, I'll try it. I applied, son of a gun, I was appointed to finish out that term for a year and a half, and then had to run for election in 2012 for the first time. And I did, and I won, and was reelected 4 years later. In Ohio, you can only serve 2 elected terms in the Ohio Senate, and then it's out. It's term limitations. So the end of last year, I was out of that. During my time in the Senate, I served as chairman of a number of committees, including the Judiciary Committee, the Criminal Justice Committee, the Ways and Means Committee. I've served on the Finance Committee and the Financial Institutions Committee as well at one point in time. And I tried really hard to bring to bear on that job the same MO, if you will, that I tried to describe to you when it comes to dealing with litigation and antitrust counseling matters. Facts, facts, facts. Who's telling the truth, who's not, and don't be afraid to speak truth to power, because it's too darn important. And I think, I like to think that I was able to do that. Upon the completion of my term in the Senate, I was approached by Mr. Terhar about Commercium and his efforts to staff the board initially. And I said, you know, I was excited, and I'll tell you why. Because when I left the legislature, there was beginning to be talk in Ohio, not necessarily in the legislature, but within the business community, about blockchain and ways in which blockchain technology can be brought to bear on society generally, not a particular industry, but on society generally and on the operation of government to make Ohio a more efficient, effective, purposeful place to do business and to be governed, right? And I was very excited about that, and knew some of the people, some of the people who are around that space. So when Mr. Terhar described to me the vision for Commercium, I was all about it. I thought it was going to be a terribly, terribly exciting thing to do. And so I agreed to serve on the board. And I also took the time before agreeing to do that to do a little checking of my own, with Lou's help, about the people who were being assembled, many of whom you've heard testify here today. And I was impressed. And I thought, this is a group of people who are positioned, if it's done right, to be successful. And I was anxious and excited to be a part of it, and I still am. I think that's probably enough, Mr. Kaufman. And if somebody wants to cut things short, it's okay with me.
Thank you, Mr. Eklund, for that background. Maybe if you could, for the board, just talk a little bit about your involvement and how you view your involvement on the board in two capacities. One, you'll be secretary of the board prospectively, but secondly, in how you will go about advising the management team to achieve the business objectives in a compliant way.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. And I hate to sound like a broken record, but I really do view my role on the board as very similar to my role as a litigator in a contended situation, or as a counselor to clients in very high-stakes circumstances where one cannot afford to be wrong, right? I bring a different perspective in the sense that I'm a lawyer, all right? I'm not going to be practicing law for Commercium, in large part because I'm not licensed in Wyoming. But I bring a perspective, a thought process, an analytical approach to things that is different. I'm not saying better or worse or more effective or less, but rather different from the business person's perspective as a general proposition, all right? And I think that the more different perspectives that can be brought to bear upon any decision-making exercise for any business, and whether it's from their lawyer or from their board or their officers, can only make for better decision-making and sounder practices and enhancing the likelihood of success in a safe and responsible way. As far as secretary is concerned, I'm growing into the role, okay? I know how to keep minutes. I know what they are. I've read a lot of them in the course of my legal practice, representing directors and officers of publicly held companies who are being, whose actions are being challenged in court. You get a pretty good sense of how to do that and how not to do that. But more importantly, I think, well, just as importantly, I'm almost to the point where I'm pretty good about setting up a Zoom meeting. And, you know, ever since Zoom has been around, I've been on the receiving end, right? Just click the link and you're on, right? Well, they trusted me with that the last time we had a meeting, and I was only 5 minutes late to the meeting, but it went okay from there. So just that's sort of an aside. But I think, if I may, Mr. Kaufman, say that I don't care about titles, right? And secretary of the board is, I know, a big responsibility, and I intend to follow through with it diligently. But I'm a member of the board. And whether I'm the secretary or the chief bottle washer, I have those same responsibilities that I've tried to perform and undertake in a purposeful way for 43 years as a lawyer as a member of the board. And that's what I'm really looking forward to. I hope that was responsive.
That was. Thank you very much. That's all of my direct questions. Thank you.
Questions from the board for the corporate secretary? Hearing none, Mr. Kaufman, I'm assuming you have no redirect since there weren't any questions, and you're released as witness for the time being, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, hearing examiner, and all of you for taking the time to engage on this level, because you're doing the kind of work that doesn't always get a lot of publicity in government, but without which the wheels don't turn, and I understand that. So thank you for your service. Oh, yeah, they pay you the big bucks. Thank you again.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is our last witness, Mr. David Kane.
Could you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kane, if you would be so kind as to introduce yourself to the board and give an overview of your background and experience, please.
Sure, and as you all notice, I had to leave briefly and return. Yeah. There's more to that story. I left the building. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Banking Board. My name is David Kane. I'm not one that particularly likes to talk about himself. And don't get me wrong, I like to talk. Just not about myself. In 1998 and successfully exited in 2014. During this period, I also owned and operated Mobile Integration Solution, subsidiary of the company that serviced enterprise and government clients. Presently, I'm the founder and CEO of a marketing software as a service technology company with national clients. In a volunteer capacity, I'm a startup advisor, subject matter panelist, and mentor. I'm also an active investor within the startup community and in real estate. I have served on a number of local and regional boards, from a member of the board of the College of Informatics at Northern Kentucky University to my local municipality's Board of Ethics, to the president of the board of directors for our Regional Senior Citizen Center. Sorry. Approximately 31 years ago, around this time, my father, who's now deceased, and some of his co-founders were sitting before the State of Kentucky Banking Commission arguing for their charter for a community bank. They were, pardon me, it's difficult. They were awarded a charter. They started as the Bank of Boone County. That later became the Bank of Kentucky. That was sold in 2015 to BB&T, which is now Truist. The Bank of Kentucky's core principles were guided through trust and relationships. Two core principles that align with my own that guide me in my business practices today. In addition to being a member of the board of directors for Commercium Bank, I'm also the chair of the Digital Assets and IT Committee. My primary role as the chair of the Digital Committee is to ensure that best practices surrounding security of data, KYC, AML, and other statutory regulations and best business practices are adhered to and administered through the deployment of security protocols and technology deployments.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. And you've already kind of touched on one of my next questions, and that was your role as a prospective director within Commercium. Can you talk a little bit about how your past experience will assist you in ensuring that Commercium follows its policies and procedures and ensuring a successful launch?
Can I consult with my attorney?
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Oh. If you need a break, just make sure your mic's off.
Do we need a little of everything new here? Mr. Chairman, based on my experience in board, based on my experience and experiences with startups and new business ventures, particularly those in technology, I'm confident in my fellow directors, the executive team, and our supporting vendors to execute the business plan as presented. The product and plan is reasonable, novel, and in my opinion, has a strong likelihood of success. We have a market. We have the technology and expertise. We have an operational plan. We have the team and leadership to execute. And we have, without pandering or patronizing, but simply acknowledging the established fact. A friendly and supportive environment in which to conduct our business and execute our plan here in Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. That's all the direct questions we have.
Questions from the board for Mr. Kane?
Any softballs?
So what's the rest of the story? Did you lose your suit or?
Is this on? I'll tell you. So what happened? I'm a little, a little emotionally charged. I didn't think that would happen. And my apologies. I was talking about my father, but at 5:55 this morning, I was laying out my clothes to get ready. Everything was there except my white shirt. Mr. Chairman, when you said, "Hey, can we continue?" I was like, Lord, I was going to get my white shirt at Walmart.
I ran to Target last night.
So, Mr. Chairman, this was from Target. Sir, Target is 1.7 miles away from this facility. I feel like I made it here in record time.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
It looks like there's no more questions from the board. And thank you for making a record of the color of his shirt. We can, I believe does the petitioner rest at this point aside from any questions in executive session?
Correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We would have still a little bit of presentation in executive session and then maybe some very brief closing remarks.
Sure. So I would just ask for any witnesses to please stick around since we might be going ahead and getting through this without a need for a lunch break. So Mr. Kinney, are you calling the Deputy Banking Commissioner?
Yes, that is correct.
Did we do that before executive session?
Yes, we would ask that we do that before executive session. My understanding is that it is a public session thing, but that they'll stop the YouTube feed for the PBS and you can't get it going again.
Thank you.
So just for the record, we have Mr. Jeremiah Bishop and Mr. Bishop, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Kinney.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name and position for the record?
Yes, I'm Jeremiah Bishop. I am the Deputy Commissioner with the Division of Banking.
Can you describe your role in that position?
Yes, my primary role is to oversee and manage our examining team, both for safety and soundness exams for both banks and our non-depository trust companies. Another one of my roles is to conduct charter investigations of new institutions such as SPDIs, banks, and those non-depository trust companies.
And generally, what are the responsibilities of the banking commissioner and yourself in relation to a special purpose depository institution application?
Yes, for this, I'm actually just going to read the statute that sets out the standard for what our responsibilities are. This is from Wyoming Statute 1312-114. States that the commissioner shall make a careful investigation and examination of the following factors: the character, reputation, financial standing, and ability of the incorporators, the character, financial responsibility, banking, or other financial experience and business qualifications of those proposed as officers and directors, and the application for a charter, including the adequacy and plausibility of the business plan of the special purpose depository institution, and whether the institution has offered a complete proposal for compliance with the provisions of Chapter 12 of Title 13.
And can you explain for the board what is the purpose of conducting an examination and investigation of a proposed SPDI?
The purpose is definitely governed by those statutory factors I just read, mainly the business plan and then the management team. For this particular group, Commercium Bank, the incorporators and director are all directors of the company, and so there was an overlap in those two.
And in this case, were you assigned the investigation and examination of a charter application filed by Commercium?
Yes, I was.
And can you please explain in summary form what your investigation included and what the conclusions of that investigation were?
Yes. So the main portion of the investigation was reviewing the business plan, the proposed products, services, policies, procedures, financial projections included in that plan, and also of the management team in place to carry out that plan. So the products and services were, tokenization of assets were a little bit different for this company than some of our proposed companies. So it was more a little bit background research into what goes into that process. Other products such as banking are pretty common. I then take that into the financial projections. And so we had pretty long discussions with the management team on what went into those projections, the assumptions used, where they were getting their information from, whether it was market research or in this case, kind of that the pipeline of proposed customers that they've already been in contact with. Proposed compliance program for BSA, that's obviously a very big part of this plan, especially with the digital asset nature of this company, whether or not they have the experience and expertise to basically create a BSA program, know your customer rules, things of that nature, and whether or not they have a proposed policy, which they did submit, and whether or not that is in line with what our standards are for our other SPDIs. We also look at the information security program, mainly cybersecurity. Again, kind of like Mr. France, what you mentioned in your questions, that's a very, very big risk to every institution, especially one regarding digital assets. So we looked again at the experience, expertise of the proposed management team, the chief technology officer, information officer, and then also in this company's case, that there are multiple members of the board of directors, independent directors, who also have a technology background. So on top of that, kind of the most important piece I've mentioned a couple times is the management function on whether or not a new company is successful. That starts from the board of directors, and then it goes down all the way to the executive management team, but it definitely starts at the top with the board of directors. And so we met with all directors and all members of the management team individually. We did interviews on their backgrounds and asked more pointed questions on the executive officers, more pointed toward their roles and responsibilities, just to gauge their qualifications to successfully operate the proposed company and undertake the business plan. One of the things we found, I think you've all seen today, is at the board of directors level, this company has put together a very, very strong board of directors that encompasses several different areas: just business management, corporate governance, legal expertise, technology expertise. And then we also went down very deeply into the executive management team to make sure that each individual proposed officer has the experience, expertise to successfully fulfill their role. Again, we look at every area independently, so the CEO's roles, responsibilities, the information technology, cybersecurity roles, the compliance piece, the technology side, and then also on the banking side with Mr. Parsons, making sure that this is a bank that is also integrating technology. In those discussions, I think we did find that they have also, as they did with the board of directors, put together a very, very strong management team. I think they're very cohesive, and I think they work well together. I think the board of directors have strong oversight of the management team. They know what their roles are as directors, and I think they have built in a good checks and balance program with the directors checking the management team. So with that, that's kind of the overall process of what we did with the investigation, and we'll open it up for questions.
Questions from the board? Mr. Bishop, Copper France speaking. I did have one question and wanted to make sure that it was addressed on record with respect to the name of the proposed institution. And I think by the statute 1312-115, we have to ascertain as a board that the name of this institution does not resemble the name of any other financial institution transacting business in the state, as to cause confusion. And I know you and I have spoken off record, but I do believe there is possibly some room for concern there with a particular bank in Rock Springs, Wyoming, which is called Commerce Bank, which is substantially similar to Commercium Bank. And that bank is actually regularly confused with my bank, which is Bank of Commerce. And so I just want to bring that to light of the rest of the board and to for the record, because I do believe there may be some area of concern there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. France. So I'll walk you through what our investigative procedures were for that factor. That is one of the factors that the banking board considers when approving a charter. And this is one that's not an exact science, just because whether or not it causes confusion really is up to an individual, whether or not it confuses them. So our process is we start by running a name search with the Secretary of State. I put in Commercium Bank, just Commercium, and I see if there are any financial institutions that show up on that search. I'm looking for things such as Commercium Financial, for this institution, even Commercium Real Estate, anything that could be confused. In this case, I did not find any institution with the actual term Commercium in the state. And so from there, it gets how far in the weeds do you want to go, such as your example, commerce versus Commercium. And that would be, I'd explain our process for identifying if that were to become an issue going forward. And that is, like I said, it's on an individual basis, whether or not that causes a particular individual to be confused. And so if we were to receive a complaint, such as, or from a consumer, or if the members of the commercial management team is regularly getting reports of confusion to other institutions, at that point we would work with the company to address that issue, maybe a possible name change or something like that. But with that kind of being that inexact science of each person is responsible for determining what causes confusion, we didn't go that deep into the weeds during the investigation on various combinations of Commercium, commerce, things like that.
I guess my point would be that it'd be a whole lot easier to change a name right now than it would down the road. And as somebody that's been part of something like that currently, it is a challenge for consumers, even though, you know, Wyoming's a big state and Rock Springs is 112 miles, I believe, from me. But we actually operate in the same county in different parts of our business model, which, you know, Wyoming's a big state, but it's what do they say? It's a really big town or small town with long streets. And I just wanted to bring that up. And now would be the time to address that, in my opinion, if that's something that needs to be addressed.
So and Pete Lawton, is it a trademark? I mean, has it already been registered?
The Commercium Bank, if I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, has, obviously they're not going to put that through the Secretary of State until the charter is granted.
Okay.
So I think there is a Commercium, I'll refer that to you.
Would you like me to respond, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Yeah, so there's an LLC was initially formed for purposes of stand-up operations, which has actually been filed as a conversion now into the corporation. And then, of course, assuming if there's a charter granted, then that would be converted into a bank entity. So the Secretary of State's office doesn't register trade names if there's an entity registration that already exists. So there's just an entity registration so far.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I would suggest for the board members that Mr. Kaufman be given an opportunity to present any evidence on this if the board has additional questions for the executives outside of executive session. If the board does have more questions on this.
I guess, Mr. Bishop, do you have an opinion?
When I was doing this search, I personally did not find it confusing with other names in this state. That's just my own personal view, and that's kind of what I put in the report.
Okay.
But like I said, each individual has that own.
Additional questions from the board?
Fred Reif.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop, for your work on this and for your testimony. You've seen a few of these now, and they've all been different. Just speaking to this one in general, what's your, maybe your biggest concern about the viability of it?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Rife. This is something that I did bring up with the individual directors and officers, and I think it's actually going to be addressed in the executive session. But we asked a lot of questions on the vendor management and reliance on very specific third parties in the business plan. There's from the business plan, there's pretty heavy reliance on the specific third party for some of the technology factors, and I think those they did cover that, and they did respond very well to my questions. And I think they have a very good plan going forward on how to deal with those third-party management systems, and I think they will be going deeper into that in the executive session as well. And I assume it will be very similar to what they told me during the investigation. But that was probably our main concern going forward. And also just that it is a new product I was not familiar with, so getting into what is the tokenization process, and how does it work? What are the customers? And just is there a drive for business in that area? And in the investigation, I think they did sufficiently answer those questions.
Thank you. Going to the capital requirement area, if I read your assessment correct, it's basically $30 million is the requirement. And is that what I heard from the applicants today, that that's what they're working on?
Yes, Mr. Rife, thank you. That's one of the things that we have. The capital requirement is set by statute. It's several years operating expenses plus the $5 million. And so in those calculations, it was $30 million, and we discussed that with the company. And it was agreed that that is the amount that they will have to raise in order to meet our capital requirements.
Thank you. And maybe just to ferret out a little more based on Mr. Francis' question, because I mean, thinking of it now, I certainly see his concern. I do, though, wonder about your history with thinking about different names across the state. And for example, what comes to mind is several banks across the state named First State Bank, or things like that. This is a Cheyenne Bank versus Rollins or Rock Springs Bank. It's a different kind of a model. Do you have any experience or history with like bank names?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rife. Yes, in the traditional community banking, there are multiple banks with similar names. Example, Mr. Francis Bank and the Bank of Commerce and Commerce Bank. There are multiple banks with First State Bank of et cetera. Maybe it's a DBA trade name. Most of the time, there's multiple banks with acronyms, for an example, RSNB Bank, RMB Bank. And so that is a very common thing in Wyoming among community banks. And most of those banks are they're in the same state, but they are not often in the same community. But going back to Mr. Francis, it is Wyoming, and it's a small state, and everybody knows everybody. So that is always a factor.
Yeah, and maybe I'm getting out of my lane here, but I mean, historically, I think the issue was that banks chartered in Wyoming were small, community-centered banks. So a bank in Rollins that name's not going to be confused with the same name in Douglas, for example. And now here we've had this evolution of the banking industry over time to where we have a cross-section of community banks located in individual communities with now a new kind of a charter that's, yes, it's in the state, it does something very different, but everybody's working everywhere. So maybe that confusion, maybe that's an evolution that has landed us at this point, and Mr. Francis' question, but I'm not sure if there's a question in there or just me pontificating, but you can address it.
Very good points, thank you.
Well,
yeah.
We're going to have time to talk about it. That's one of the voting items we get to, but I think we would probably want to address it.
Yeah, and I agree. I just think I needed to know what they thought about it.
Sure, no, and I appreciate that.
Do you have more testimony on that subject?
On that subject, unless there's a specific question, not at this time.
Any more questions from the board? Mr. Kaufman, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
None, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Kinney?
No, Your Honor, no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bishop. You're released. And does the banking commissioner rest at this point?
Yes, Your Honor, the
Okay.
banking commissioner rests.
Was there any more evidence from the petitioner as part of its case in chief before executive session?
No.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess I would defer to the chair. Should we take a break and finish up?
I would like to finish, if you guys are ready, go into executive. I always screw this up. Do we vote to go into executive or out of executive?
You need to vote to go into executive session, but you cannot vote to go out of executive session.
And we'll need to vote specifying the reasons.
Correct. So I would support a motion to go into executive
I'll
session.
make such motion, Mr. Chairman,
And what's the reason for going into executive session?
to discuss executive material, financials, and personnel.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? We are in executive session, so
We'll rely on the board staff to
People coordinated here so we know the order.
whatever you need.
yeah, we'll go into recess. Thanks.